I'd like to call to order the Growth Management Commission for December 20th, 2022, and I'd like to ask for a roll call.
Oh, sorry. Chair Wiggins. Vice Chair Preston.
Here.
Commissioner Borders. Present. Commissioner Eswine. Here. Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Perry. Here. A quorum's present.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask Chuck Borders to please lead us in the pledge. Okay. Good morning. At this time, the public is invited to comment and discuss any topic that's relevant to or within the authority of this public body. And if you'd like to make public comment, please come up to the desk, sign in, and hit the little green button. Okay. Not seeing anyone for public comment. We'd like to go ahead and approve the minutes of the last Growth Management Commission meeting, which was on June 29th, 2022. Would somebody like to go ahead and make that approval?
Madam Chairman, I'll move that we approve the minutes of June 29th, 2022.
Thank you. A second? Thank you very much, Commissioner Kilgore. Okay.
Vote, Madam Chair.
Beg pardon?
The vote.
Oh, we need to take a vote on the minutes for approval. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Approved.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Perry, I was absent, so I abstain.
Okay, thank you so much. Noted. Okay, our meeting items are, I'd like to just start with this. 6A GM-2022-20273 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding requested supplemental information on the Growth Management Annual Report, including water usage in Carson City, the impact of population growth on Carson City roadways, floodplain management, and transportation initiatives. Where do I go?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll just update the board and then I'll be turning it over to our city engineer, Randy Rice. The commission. On June 29th, 2022, the Growth Management Commission heard a presentation on the annual Growth Management Report. At that meeting, you may recall, the staff was not able to give you details on water usage analysis because with COVID, people had been working from home, restaurants weren't being visited. There was a lot in a 2-year period where regular routine operations were anything but routine, right? And so what the staff advised is once we got sort of to a new normal, the Public Works Department would do a water usage analysis and report back to you on that. Additionally, at that June 29th meeting, the Growth Management Commission asked about the Public Works Director's letter, specifically the portion of the letter that discussed the impact of growth on the roads. So we're here to report back after that June 29th meeting, and our Public Works Department will be speaking to the water usage analysis. They'll also be talking about the floodplain and transportation-related initiatives. So with that, I'll turn it over to Randy Rice, who's our city engineer. Thank you.
Excuse me, there's just one thing, is none of our monitors are not working.
Okay, I think we can go ahead with Randy's presentation while I have IT look at your monitors.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, good morning. Randy Rice, city engineer for the record. Thanks for being here. As Hope had mentioned, we're going to go through 3 topics generally. I also have brought Chris Martinovich, our transportation manager, to help with the transportation side of things. So today, as Hope mentioned, water usage threshold, we're going to talk about where we've come from, where we're going with that, and the analysis we've done. The last planning commission, I think it was a month or two ago, we also had a number of questions of one of the projects that came forward and the applicability of building in the floodplain. So I wanted to talk a little bit high level about that and how that process works. And then Chris will come up and talk about some of the local funding challenges we're having and kind of next steps forward working through that. Okay, so first we're going to start with the water usage threshold. So the Board of Supervisors establishes the maximum average daily water usage. And that's for commercial and industrial permits. And the Growth Management Commission is set here to review that and make recommendations to the board to approve. That typically happens in the fiscal year, so that will happen in May, June. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but then in July, they would adopt those new standards for the following year. Prior to 2016, the threshold was 7,500 gallons. After 2016, we moved to a threshold of 15,000 gallons per day. My understanding was that at the time, there was a particular restaurant in town that was coming to the review, and it seemed a little bit unnecessary for that particular business to come here. It's like, why are we doing this application for a restaurant? And so at that time, the decision was made to bump it up. But admittedly, there really was not a lot of data or analysis done to get to that number. And so that's at this point, we've kind of done that analysis, and I'll walk you through what we've done to recommend a slightly different number that we think is more appropriate. So since 2014, Growth Management, from our records, have reviewed 9 different requests. So that's on average 1 to 2 per year. Last year, you've asked for feedback, and so that's what we're here to kind of provide. So what did we do? We looked at over 1,100 commercial and industrial use cases here in Carson City. We took that data, we numericalized it from highest to lowest, and then we created the standard distribution. So a standard distribution kind of looks at certain levels within a data set and says how many more, what's a value above this threshold? What's a value above that threshold? How many values do we have? And so that's how we've broken the data down. We wanted the approach to be data-driven. We also, we really want our water to last a long time. We want it to be high quality, so that's part of our assessment as well. And we want it to balance how many applications we have to bring forward, right? Obviously, we want to protect our water resources, but it's very burdensome for staff to do these analysis. Every time we've done a new application in the last 2 years, we have a new application process that we go through. It requires an extensive search to see how many of these applications or applicable businesses are out there that are comparable. We look through all the numbers, and then we recommend to you, which you'll see on the next item, how we've done that. But it does take a lot of staff resources to do that. So we want to find a clean balance as to how do we protect our water system and our usage, but also not burden staff and this commission with looking at, arbitrary applications moving forward. Okay, so this slide is full of information. So I want to start in the top right-hand corner. So this pink table here, as I mentioned, we have a distribution of data. We have percentiles ranging from 50th to 99th. You'll see the next column that correlates to the water usage in gallons per day for that percentile. And then in the final column, you'll see the number of businesses exceeding that water use. So as I mentioned in the first slide, we looked at 1,100 cases. So at that very first row, the 50th percentile, what that's saying is 1,500 gallons per day is more than about 50% of the users. And that roughly, 627 uses or 727 uses are below that, right? So 727 businesses use less than 1,500 gallons per day. Moving forward, we go all the way down to the 99th percentile. We see that there are 7 businesses that use more than 37,000 gallons per day, so more than double the current limit. And you'll see that in that right column, there are a number of different businesses, right? So again, we talked about 1 to 2 per year. Maybe that's not the appropriate rate, but we also don't want to come here every month with 3 or 4 applications, right? So that was kind of the thought process behind this. So currently, the 2016 threshold, before we increase it to 15,000, the percentile with this data set would fall underneath about the 89th percentile. And currently, the 15,000 gallons per day threshold, that's going to go just above the 95th percentile, right? So meaning only 5% of businesses in Carson City use more than that 15,000 gallons per day. So based on this and based on what we've discussed, we're recommending, or we're leaning towards a more appropriate threshold, maybe somewhere between that 10 and 12,000 gallons per day. So again, we're still going to be, in that 92nd, 93rd percentile range, but we're not going to be coming to you every month with multiple applications looking at, a standard car wash or a standard, commercial restaurant or things like that, right? So balancing the highest water needs and making sure that whoever comes to Carson City has the right to go after that water, but not limiting businesses or development from occurring from just arbitrary review of those results. Another thing that we've kind of discussed and what we might recommend to you all is we probably should go through this process every 3 to 5 years. We should probably be looking at this as the data changes, as growth occurs in Carson City, as new uses come on board and how uses are changing. People are, bringing grass offline. They're replacing with xeriscaping or they're using low flow fixtures, right? That's going to have an impact on how much water we're utilizing for these different businesses. And so it's probably appropriate that we come and do this analysis every 3 to 5 years to make sure we're current with the trends and what's happening in Carson City. With this current recommendation of the 10 to 12,000, we anticipate, anywhere from from going from 1 to 2 reviews per year to probably 2 to 3 per year. So that's something more like once a quarter, right? We would have a new application is what we're anticipating. It might be more often than that, might be less often than that. But again, balancing resources versus need to come here to this commission. And again, we're capturing, near the 90th or slightly higher than the 90th percentile for the largest commercial and industrial users. So what does that look like? That's hotels and casinos, car washes, large medical office equipment, and other outliers. And admittedly, anything above the 99th percentile from my recollection, most of that is the school district. So the middle schools, the high schools, elementary schools, they're a big water user with their fields and things like that. So I think at this point we're capturing a pretty good spread of what we've got going on. Okay, so next steps. What are the next steps for this process? So today is not an action item, it's just an informational speech. So today is December 20th. In January through May, we anticipate working with the planning department to go through the land development roundtable session. So what we do occasionally every quarter is we talk to the development teams in Carson City. We understand what are their pain points, what are they struggling with, what don't they understand, and then our staff comes back and tries to help clarify or improve the process. So that it's easier and equitable for everyone to get there. So as part of those meetings, we would bring this information forward and get feedback from the development community because obviously they're a stakeholder in this as well. So it'll bring additional requirements for them to come to you and request the water usage. And so that'll be the next step. And then in May and June, we'll come back to this commission for an action item. We will relay the information that we receive from those development roundtable meetings. So, we're recommending that between that 10 and 12,000. So we're looking for your recommendation as well. So you'll be thinking about this in the meantime. And then at that same time, we'll be presenting what we found out from the development community and what their concerns, if any, are moving forward with this new threshold value. Then, of course, after that recommendation comes from you, then we would present back to the Board of Supervisors in June or July for the final year. Once we set the growth management, it would be in effect for the next fiscal year. I know that was a lot in a quick few slides. If you have any high-level questions, happy to try to answer those really quick before we move on to the next topic. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. You're recommending 10 to 12,000 gallons a day, and you said let's review it every 3 to 5 years. And you were anticipating maybe 2 to 3 a year at 10 to 12. Instead of just saying every 3 to 5 years, why don't we just look at the running average of applications? If they start to grow, then it's obviously time to look at it instead of trying to force us into a meeting every 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think we could certainly do what we did today where we have an informational session and just do a quick, health check and say, hey, things are, progressing as we anticipate, not a lot of large jumps in the system. So we don't recommend doing a full analysis. And I do appreciate that comment because the level of effort that went into this, this was a 5-minute presentation, but it took weeks and months of going through a lot of people chugging through data, right?
I know we've been trying to extract it for a long time.
That's right. So that's why it took a long time. So yes, I think there is at some point a reality check that we look at the data and say, nothing's changed. The trends are all moving in the same direction. Probably doesn't
maybe
make
it's
sense.
nothing more than every 3 to 5 years you do an internal review and just come back to us and make a recommendation and leave it alone.
Understood. Very good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, my question is that currently, we have kind of a formula for the 15,000 gallons per day for the commercial figures out to be how many residential units currently?
Knew you were going to ask me that question, and I don't have it. Let me just calculate it out real quick.
And then also, and what would be the change if we reduce it down to 12,000 units? So when we're looking at commercial versus residential, we have an idea of that. And then will we also be taking into consideration again, all of the different water saving sources that are on residential?
Okay, so I got the first question. Currently, the 15,000 is equivalent to 35.3 works. It's the water standard equivalent. Moving down to 12,000 would put us at 28.24.
Any other questions of the board? Rick?
Yes, just a comment. Mr. Rice, thanks. This is very helpful. But I thought I'd just mention to the public, as we meet as the Growth Management Committee every year, typically in that April, May, June period, we look at what kind of water consumption there is in town, because that's a concern a lot of the citizens have. We have about 18,000 acre feet of surface and water right here in Carson City that comes from various different sources. And as I recall, at the last Growth Management Committee, we were using around 10 or 11,000 of that. So it's something we keep a fairly tight watch on every year. And this 15,000 gallon per day number is the trigger for a commercial entity that wants to locate here, not residential. It's only commercial. So I think an explanation was good. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. And I actually do have some updates from that. Basically, right now, we're using less in terms of acre feet than we did in 2003. So generally, we're trending downward and have been for the last 20 years. Obviously, there are yearly caveats where we have blips, peaks and valleys in the data. But right now, even though our growth has grown exponentially, right, we are trending upward over the last couple of years, we are using less than the value since 2003. So overall, we've done a very good job of water conservation in Carson City. Okay, moving on.
Chairman, before we do, one more thing before we go.
Yes.
The other comment that I would like to make is that the 15,000 gallons a day number that we generated, 10 years ago, a long time ago, seems to be more arbitrary than based in fact, and the 10 to 12 is more based in fact than arbitrary. So I would encourage us to look at that very closely and start to use data instead of guesses when we try and do these things.
Yep, point well taken. Agreed.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. Okay, moving on. I was hoping our chief stormwater engineer would be here because I think he would do a much better job explaining this, so I will do my best. Unfortunately, Rob Fellows, who has been with the city for 22 years, has recently retired, and so we're going to miss his experience and expertise. But in the meantime, until we get that new position filled, you get me. So here we go. So we're going to be talking about building in the floodplain. First, I'll start off with a couple of examples of what that what the features of a floodplain look like. So here we see a cross section. This is a riverine section, and so you can see we have a stream or a channel shown in the floodway. Now this could be a perennial river. This is something that flows year round as the flows increase and decrease with precipitation and annual events, or it could be intermittent or ephemeral, which means it runs dry at certain points of the year and it would fill up during times of precipitation. And then outside of that, you'll see there's the floodway fringe. This is often where developers will build if there's challenges within the floodway. And you can see that, as the ground evens out away from that, it gets out of the floodplain. Okay, so let's talk about freeboard. So Carson City is involved with the NFIP, or the National Flood Insurance Program. We're also involved in the CRS, or the Community Rating System, and those both go together to help with flood insurance program for residents who are within a floodway or a floodplain, and it sets the insurance premiums. And so being a part of the CRS program, if we check the boxes and a number of the different federal requirements that go into that program, we can offer a more competitive rate or a discount on their insurance premiums because we're taking necessary steps to prevent, water quality from degrading. We're taking steps to make sure that buildings are elevated above the floodway or they're following certain processes. We're cleaning out ditches and drain inlets to making sure we don't have a bunch of accumulation or a reduction in our stormwater volume and flows that happen on a regular basis with sediment and debris and things like that. And so that's kind of the background behind a lot of this. Carson City actually requires 2 feet of part of the CRS program. The NFIP program recommends 1 foot, and that's because when you build in a floodplain, it's actually allowable to allow up to 1 foot of increased elevation or depth into the floodway when you're building. But what you're seeing here, that would be defined as the BFE or the base flood elevation, and that's defined by the 1 in 100 year storm. And I want to pause for a second really quick on that. The 1 in 100 year storm does not mean you will only see it every 100 years. That is a statistical name, but it means that we have a 1% chance of that level of storm event happening every year. So you could theoretically have a 100-year storm back to back within a day of itself, right? We have really bad flooding there, right? You could have a 1% storm chance happening year to year, back to back, right? Or we could see it once in 200 years, right? There's no way of knowing exactly when those events are going to happen, but that is the definition of the BFE for the FEMA floodplain. In Carson City, I mentioned the freeboard. So we have the BFE that gets set. That's the 100-year analysis, the modeling that we've done or FEMA has done. We set the freeboard to the top of the lowest floor, and in Carson City through the CRS program, that is 24 inches above the BFE. And so what that does is it allows for flexibility within the floodway. So if we do increase the floodway by putting in fill in that floodway fringe, we've got some safety factor built in so that lowest floor is built right for life safety. We're not going to be inundating that property above the lowest floor elevation. Let's see. So, and the thought here is, for example, the FEMA requirements require you to mitigate whatever problem you're bringing in. So if you were to bring in 1 cubic yard of fill, you would then be required to show that you're removing 1 cubic yard of fill somewhere else, right? And that doesn't just have to be dirt, right? That could be your building footprint, right? If you're putting a building footprint in the floodway, you need to mitigate that volume increased into that floodway and remove it somewhere else. There's a lot of caveats that go in that. I won't go into the details, but like one of the examples is you can't just create a hole. It has to be a free draining mitigating technique, right? So you can't just dig a hole somewhere and go, there's my 5 yards. It has to be free draining back into the watershed, so the water has to be able to make its way downstream to where it's supposed to go. So the program is quite complicated, but that's generally how those are set. How the process starts is with a FEMA firm map, a flood insurance rate map. Typically, FEMA has done a lot of this work, and it could extend, many, many years back, and they could use very old techniques like just using topography and doing hand calculations. To more recently, we've done much more advanced computing modeling. So we use programs like HEC-RAS or Flow2D to run those analyses, and usually consultants or professionals or experts in their field in stormwater are running those analyses. And then so when you're doing your development, you would basically take your base flood model, you would model those changes you're proposing through grading and through development, and then you rerun the model to see what mitigation factors you would need to include in your design, right? And that's an iterative approach. So you might make some assumptions or guesses on how much detention you might need or where it should go. You'll run the model and you'll find out, we didn't quite get it that run. We need to do a couple more things, add more storage, make a channel bigger, et cetera. So the engineer is doing that as an iterative approach to come to a final solution. Okay, so this is a flood map, a firm map from the Anderson Ranch West. I know this one was kind of a point of contention last time, but I just wanted to walk you through how this process is done. So here you see 2 colors, and you have 3 designations. You have a zone AO, a zone AE, and then you have an orange X-shaded zone. So the blue zone, that is what's considered the high-risk zone. there are a couple of boundary conditions you have to match. So again, I talked about obtaining information from FEMA. So the consultant would start with, or the city would start with these boundary conditions. And so those are the match lines you see. So we gather that data, and then we make sure the model is calibrated so that the base assumption matches what FEMA's assumptions were, right? So that we're on the same page before we start any assessment. You'll see a dashed line that runs horizontally. That's Ash Canyon Creek. Anything south of that was undeveloped or untouched, so nothing is changing there. There's no impact by development. Everything south of the creek remains unchanged. And then the part in blue, that's the zone AE, that's the part that was affected by the development that was being proposed at Anderson Ranch. And you'll see Ormsby Boulevard, that's to the east of that project. Okay, so the next slide here, this shows a general grading plan. So you can see some of the line work in here would be pad elevations for the buildings. You can see some of the original grading for the streets. So it would be the curb and gutter and the street section itself. And then you'll see down here on the left, that's a detention pond. And just to give you kind of an understanding of where you are, to the right, that's kind of the key map. So we looked at that previous slide. That black box indicates kind of roughly the area we're looking at. So it's kind of a zoomed in view of the features here. So you'll see Ash Canyon Creek to the south. Again, nothing being touched there, no development. You'll see that there's a detention pond there. There are pipes going into the pond. So part of the analysis, and we've talked about local impacts due to a development, you have to mitigate your local impact, right? Not your regional impact, but your local impact. So when a site is undeveloped, it's generally pervious to some level, right? Some soils soak up water better than others. As you develop on those parcels, you will have roofs, you will have streets, right? Those are generally regarded as impervious, right? You can't have water permeate through there for the most part, right? So that water is going to be considered runoff. And so you have a pre-development condition and you have a post-development condition. So the adding of those impervious features will increase the amount of runoff that the site generates. So what the consultant and the developer have to do is they have to find storage on their site to be able to mitigate the difference between the amount that they started with and the amount that they increase. So that delta is what they have to store on site. Oftentimes this is done with a device called a detention pond. A detention pond is somewhat like a jail. So the water goes into the detention pond. It still is allowed to be released and go downstream into channels or other engineered structures. However, it's released at a slow rate. Generally, that slow rate is calculated so that whatever would be coming off the site before development occurred, those scenarios are matching, right? So we're detaining the water, we're making sure this excess water gets captured, and then whatever gets sent downstream is equivalent to what was there before nothing ever happened, right? That is the intent, that's what we do. We have that in our drainage manual requirements, and we require the 10-year, 24-hour storm to be completely mitigated, which is actually higher than most of our regional partners. Most of our regional partners only require the 24-hour, 5-year storm. So we go above and beyond. So we're starting to, that's a new requirement as of, I believe, 2 years ago. We're starting to require that in all of our subdivisions. So we're actually mitigating more than most of the other agencies. So I want you to feel really good that we're doing everything in our power to make sure developers are responsible for the development that's occurring within Carson City. Moving on to the next slide here. So this is, again, our key map on the right. We're now looking kind of at Ormsby Boulevard, slightly to the east there. These are other detention ponds that are connected throughout the site. Again, the white lines going horizontally, those are stormwater features. So the storm would be collected through DIs and passed into these detention ponds. And then the detention ponds have outlet pipes and outlet weirs that then put them back into the system as they're intended to work. One thing I do want to point out on this slide here is you'll see in the orange map to the right that it's just orange, right? And then you're looking at this slide and you're saying, well, yeah, but now there's flooding that looks like it's occurring here to the northeast, right? The orange is a medium risk flood area. That means flooding up to 1 foot, but the details of the FEMA analysis are not precise enough to show what the more advanced modeling today shows, right? And even that is imperfect, right? It's a lot better than what we've got, what we had previously, but still it's doing its best to understand using features like LIDAR to understand elevations, topographic modeling, to understand when inundation occurs through flooding and through precipitation events, this is where it's most likely to occur. Now, again, this is running one type of model on one type of distribution network, right? And it could be done infinitely ways, right? But this is the most applicable storm. This is best engineering practice for our region, right? Other regions do it differently because their storms are different, like how fast the rainfall comes and how it's distributed across the 24-hour period is much different than we have here, right? And so we're using a regional storm effect for our flood analysis. Okay, last couple of slides here. We've talked about GLOMAR and CLOMAR before, but what does that mean? So the FEMA CLOMAR, that's a conditional letter of map revision. So oftentimes when we do these analyses and when we're making changes to the floodplain, the developer or whoever's working on a project, they have to come to staff, they have to come to the city and say, here's what we're proposing. Oftentimes we will not have comfort with the system because it hasn't been studied in 100 years. We haven't been out there. We don't know the flooding challenges this area faces, or they're recommending mitigation techniques that we're maybe not comfortable with or not familiar with, right? So that would be an instance where we'd go for a CLOMAR. The CLOMAR is a very substantial piece of work. It takes 2 to 4 years to get through, right? So the developers are working on this years in advance of their project, and they're vetting that with staff. So they're working with us closely with the modeling, right, with the rain and everything that's happening on this site to understand what the risks are and what the mitigation techniques required are for this project. And so what you're doing is you're going to FEMA with the design, the preliminary design, and you're saying, here's our design. And they're going to look at that and saying, your proposed design does or does not meet the intent of the mitigations that we see as appropriate. And depending on that, they may give you an approval or they may give you comments back saying, no, we want you to do this or change that, whatever. So then, we kind of work back and forth, again, iterative process with FEMA to get that correct. And then once we've got approval through FEMA, they issue the conditional letter of map revision, which basically states, if you do this, we agree that you've mitigated the flood problems with your development. Okay, that will then lead to a LOMAR, so the developer will go and construct their project, and the letter of map revision essentially verifies that the construction techniques and the mitigation were done. You'll have to do some surveying after that. They have to come back to staff, submit a certification letter. We go through everything, we evaluate it, and then we check out that box. Right, so that's a very extensive process. It takes many, many years to get through, and that's all part of the process here. I do want to point out with Anderson Ranch West, this was a LOMAR because this had already been studied previously 2 other occasions before this. So staff was very familiar and comfortable with not only the approach that the consultant provided, but also the flooding conditions in this area. And so if that had not been the case, then likely this subdivision would have been up for a CLOMAR, which again takes more work and a lot more time to get through the federal process. One thing I do want to talk about, high-risk flood zones, they're more accurately depicted today than previously shown on older FEMA maps, right? So that's what we talked about in the previous slide. And the benefit to this, and the whole reason we go through this, not only is life safety and protection of people's property, but also it results in a reduced insurance flood rates. So going through the NFIP and going through the CRS program does provide a financial incentive and benefit to all the residents. So whether or not you're part of the development or not, if we go through and clean up these flood maps, it can have a benefit to the surrounding parcels by lowering flood insurance premiums. In the next few years, Carson will have mapped 100% of Carson City. This started in 2008, and I believe our plan is to finish that in 2025. And then at that point, we'll start with our master plan to get that kind of coalesced together and pulled together, and then prioritize what the best cost to benefit ratio is to prioritize those next projects, right? I know we've talked before in previous meetings about some of the King and Ash Canyon work. We've talked about the studies that were done on the west side and doing a regional detention basin up there. So that this whole program all ties into that, right? So we have local development taking care of local, flood increases, and then we have the staff here at Public Works. We're working on the regional problems that the city undergoes every year. So with that, I think that brings us to the end of that presentation. I know, again, that was a lot in a few slides. I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
I have one. And it's probably a little bit down in the noise, but in the slides that you showed and in other places, we typically have somewhere along the way an interface between a ditch or a creek and the culvert system that removes drainage. How do we handle that interface Because that seems to be the biggest area for, debris to collect and to back up and to cause additional flooding. What do we do in those areas to ensure that that stays open?
So as I mentioned, you have the local cumulative effects that the site brings. And so they have to make sure that whatever their development does increases impervious area, we have to contain that delta, right? To make sure that the pre-construction conditions are the same. So as those features get utilized, right, they often have a multitude of devices. They have outlet pipes. Again, we talked about detention, so it's releasing the water at a slow rate so that, we keep the structures working as intended. But then oftentimes when they get inundated, they'll have a high, like an emergency overflow or a high capacity overflow that will get into the adjacent streams and rivers. And oftentimes those do come with sediment and washout of different, features. So as far as maintenance is concerned, we have a program. We're actually hiring, I think, our third person next year. We just got this approved through the Board of Supervisors. So we have 3 maintenance positions that they have a Vector truck, that we go around. Part of staff on the engineering side, part of their job is to go around through an annual basis. They work with Carson Connect to make sure that any complaints that come in are being addressed. So we do utilize the eyes and ears of everybody in this room to help us understand where we're experiencing concern. So if we do have washout, erosion, twigs building up in an inlet or something like that, we rely upon phone calls, complaints, experience flooding oftentimes, or just staff, moving around the city from time to time to inspect those critical pieces of infrastructure. And obviously we'll spend more time. The higher the criticality of that infrastructure, the more time and the more often our checks are, right? Whereas something that's smaller, that might just, flood out a road or something like that, those get checked less. And that's just really a limitation of our resources to be able to get and be everywhere all the time. But that's generally how that program works.
Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Randy. I had a chance to go through the first 2 of these studies that the city and Kimley-Horn and FEMA did on the west side and the north side. And I think it'll be good to have that done for the whole city because so much of this city is in the 100-year floodplain. That's the one unique thing that we're sitting on the eastern side of the Sierra with all these creeks coming down. We have rain on snow events. We do have flooding here that a lot of cities don't have. So I think it's critical that we do finish this up and look at it. You did a great explanation of all those things, and I think most of us understood them, but could you just describe FEMA and how they're keepers of the maps for the public's benefit?
I probably will not do it justice. I don't know, Brianna, are you here today? You can, yeah. So Brianna is in our stormwater program, and she'll probably do a better job, so I'll turn it over to her.
So Brianna Greenlaw for the record. FEMA stands for Federal Emergency Management Agency. So it's a nationwide program that they have all of these maps. They have the NFIP program, which is the National Flood Insurance Program. And as Randy mentioned, maps were made years and years ago from preliminary data, some LiDAR type stuff that wasn't really LiDAR. Topographic mapping was very limited, and maps were not that accurate. And as local floodplain managers, we are working on studies to update these maps and go through these models. As the consultants are going through these models, this is updating our mapping that then we work with FEMA in order to update their overall models and increase that data. That give you a...
Yeah, I think the point was that FEMA, the federal agency, is the keeper of all the floodplain maps for the entire United States. And when there's
Right.
development, there's a mechanism there that a developer and a city have to go through in order to look at all of those flood areas.
Right, it's like a system of checks and balances. So they're checking to make sure that local agencies and everyone functioning within those local agencies and the state are meeting the same requirements to make us all more resilient.
Commissioner Eswine?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, and I I understand that you're coming from an engineering perspective on how to mitigate flood dangers. But we, as a planning commission, I think, should be looking at ways of maintaining the natural function of floodplains, which basically would mean not, or to limit the amount of building within a floodplain. And I think that, as we go through Title 18, that we should be looking at ways of, if somebody wants to build in a floodplain, of allowing them to move construction out of the floodplain by higher densities in areas that are not within that floodplain, so that we keep the natural function of all of the floodplains, or as many as possible in Carson City.
Yeah, no, and Commissioner Eswin, I think that's an excellent point. And again, Brianna just mentioned checks and balances, and again, this is the checks and balances to that process, right? So we want to make sure technically that they're following the process and the steps, but again, you all have your own role in this process, right? And so I think that's not up for us to determine, but we appreciate your role in this process just like anybody else. So agreed. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll invite my partner, Chris Martinovich, to come up here and talk about traffic.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you, Randy. Good morning, Commission. Chris Martinovich, Transportation Manager, Carson City Public Works, and Manager of the Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. We're going to talk a little bit about local roadway funding in two perspectives. The first perspective, we're looking at the existing roads and pavement condition in Carson City, and the second perspective, looking at traffic impact studies related to development and those associated impacts. First part of this presentation is looking at our existing pavement conditions. So I think as many of you are aware, and as many in the public are aware as well, that our current pavement condition in Carson City is continuing to deteriorate. The graph here, the pie chart on the left side of the screen, is our current pavement condition based on a survey completed in the spring of 2022. Shows kind of a variety of different conditions ranging from good all the way down to failed pavement conditions. If we were to continue down on our current funding, what our current funding is for transportation and road and road-related improvements, by 2050, given our current network, we would have this type of projected pavement condition. And this is based on our pavement asset management database, which is a software run by, the program's called MicroPaver. We call it Paver for short. And it's our documentation, it's our catalog, it's our asset management system for how we track and monitor pavements and pavement deterioration in Carson City. So if we were to continue down that path, we would have a funding gap of approximately $21.5 million annually to maintain our roads in their current condition. So we essentially would need $21.5 million each year to maintain our roads in their current condition per that previous pie chart. Now, there's a variety of factors that have caused this gap to be created, but these are some of the main factors here on this particular graph. The blue line, I'll start there, is city-owned streets. So since 2000, in 2000, we owned approximately 236 miles of city-owned roads, of paved or unpaved. Today, we're at around 303 miles of paved and unpaved roads that are maintained by this funding source. Approximately 28% increase. Construction costs, well, I'll go to the red line. The red line's county gas tax revenue. The majority of our revenue that we receive for roads and road-related improvements comes from the gasoline and the diesel tax here in Carson City. In 2000, we had around 4.5, and today we were collecting around 5.7. That's a 25% increase in those 22 years. However, the largest increase, as you can see, there's the green line, and that's the cost of construction due to a variety of factors over time. 123% increase in the cost of construction from 2000 to 2022. And you can see the spike there in 2021, 2022, the last year, showing that, as I think we're all feeling, that the cost there. We're generally around $1.5 million for reconstruction per mile of road and around $500,000 per mile in slurry pavement preservation. That's generally the cost of doing roadway reconstruction and preservation in Carson City. So in order to meet this funding gap, the Board of Supervisors has asked Public Works staff to look at 4 potential funding mechanisms. The 4 we're evaluating at the moment include a local improvement special improvement district under NRS 271. We have a couple of these in Carson City already. This is essentially creating small defined geographic regions of the city for implementing on a specific project. So we'd say we want to reconstruct Street A from this point to this point. All the properties in this area are going to be assessed some value to reconstruct that road. When that road's finished, that cost would go away. A general improvement district, this is under NRS 318, where we would generally create a general improvement district covering all of Carson City for specific purposes, as outlined on the screen there. Could be for street reconstruction, could be for curb gutter sidewalks, could be for street lighting, could be for snow removal, a variety of options in the GID, but it's something we're looking at and could be created in a variety of ways at different rates across the city. Third one there is a special purpose sales tax. This would be the creation or the adoption of an additional sales tax, a 0.25%, 0.25% for transportation-related purposes on all taxable sales in Carson City. Pretty standard. We have a variety of sales tax now. And then lastly is an infrastructure sales tax under NRS 377B, which is actually in place. This eighth of a cent sales tax, 0.125%, is in place and is being used to repay the debt associated with the reconstruction of the V&T Railroad and the bonds associated with that. Those bonds are anticipated to be paid off, and once they are, that money that's collected under that sales tax could be redistributed to roads and road-related functions. So those are the four mechanisms that we're looking at now. What's kind of the history? How did we get to these four? Well, essentially this process started back in 2020 by the Board of Supervisors. They directed staff to explore a variety of funding mechanisms for roads and road-related functions and transportation-related features. We originally studied 8 different mechanisms, and those were presented back in June and August to the Board of Supervisors and the Regional Transportation Commission, and they narrowed it down to the 4 that I outlined in the previous slide. Back in November last month, we presented an update on more detailed information on those 4 mechanisms to the Regional Transportation Commission, and they provided some good direction and input, concerns, things they wanted us to look at. And following that meeting, we kicked off a public outreach campaign and survey, and I'll direct all of you, as well as anyone listening, to our website, preservecarsoncityroads.com. On that page, there's a variety of additional information, lots of graphs and figures and background information, as well as a survey if you're interested in taking that related to funding mechanisms and concepts. We do plan to gather all that information up, as well as the input we received previously from the Regional Transportation Commission, and provide that to an update to the Board of Supervisors, likely in February, kind of the status, and see where they want to go. Do we want to narrow these down? Do we want to look at others? See what the status is on those from the Board of Supervisors. So that's that topic. I'll go through this one, and then we can I'll pause for questions. This is a short one. This is the second process, which is related to traffic impact studies and the considerations we've been evaluating related to new development here in Carson City. So as a number of items had come up related to traffic impact studies, and we've been wanting to look at this for some time, the process really began back in 2021, early 2021, where we started outlining some of the challenges and some of the ways we could get there. And I believe I presented to this commission back at the start of this project as well. But really the goals and objectives of this traffic impact study process are to evaluate a variety of factors. But essentially, we want to, first one there, provide development projects a clear picture of how they participate. Get a better understanding of when a traffic impact study is needed, what the requirements are, what the outcomes are, what the costs are going to be, and what the mitigations will be, so they're not varied and different for every type of development across the city. We want to try to ensure consistency in the application of the methodology used so that we can accurately measure impacts. This provides for a fair application across the city so that we're trying to prevent the last development in from having to build a huge amount of improvements. Everybody in general would participate their fair share at mitigating their particular impacts associated with the development. Third one there is we want to provide a framework to offset transportation-related impacts and mitigate the gaps and deficiencies resulting from that cumulative effect of development, similar to what I mentioned. But an impact is more than just not meeting a particular level of service. There are other impacts associated with additional conflicts, additional bike and ped movements, in addition to vehicle movements more traditionally thought about. So we want to try to look at that and assess those from a more cumulative big picture standpoint rather than individual developments one at a time. Fourth one down there, we want to allow for flexibility to make improvements that are really needed at a particular location. We want to take the focus off of vehicle capacity. We're never going to build ourselves enough roads to meet our capacity needs. So how do we mitigate impacts in other ways? Is it more multimodal network? Is it contributions to other items such as pavement preservation or other features like that? So we want to provide some flexibility to make what's needed in a particular location. And then lastly there, we want to really develop a process that's straightforward and understandable with a defined set of impacts and how those impacts can be mitigated so that we're not overburdening one side, the city or the development, more than the other side. So we want to encourage more uses. We want to encourage options for mitigating impacts. We want to encourage developments to, address those impacts in different ways so that ultimately we can have a safe and reliable and predictable transportation system, not only now, but in the long term. So those are sort of our goals and objectives for this particular project. We've been collecting data from a variety of sources. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors, sort of the big bubble there in the middle of the screen, has the ultimate final say, but we're collecting input from the Planning Commission, such as presentations like this, from the Regional Transportation Commission, who provides input on transportation policy, and then our advisory committee. And this advisory committee has been really instrumental in guiding the framework and discussions to this point. I believe Commissioner Wiggins is on the advisory committee. We haven't met for a while, but we plan to pick this up in the new year. They're the ones that have been sort of analyzing and vetting these different options that we've been evaluating and providing recommendations on that. And the advisory committee is made up of a variety of members from boards and commissions, as well as engineering the community, development community, and members of the public as well are on that committee. So what the committee's work has been doing is reviewing sort of the different project types and the different needs for traffic impact study. What types of projects do traffic impact studies, or when are they required? What should they be required for everything? Should they be required for some? What are those thresholds? What are the trip generation and trip distribution processes? What is a trip? How does it go from point A to point B? What should we consider in that factor? We've also been looking at frontage improvements. When do we need to construct driveways? How do we construct driveways? How many driveways? Do we need to build sidewalk? Do we need to do half-street improvements? All those types of elements have been discussed as part of our committee. And then what are the mitigations to those particular impacts? But essentially, the framework here is kind of we've worked about halfway through that to this point. That's the general framework. And we're generally coalescing around sort of a pro rata concept. And that's similar to a variety of developments we've done on a limited basis to this point, where we have multiple developments paying a small proportional share toward a larger project. For instance, the Appian Way signal down on South Carson Street. All developments in that area are contributing a prorated share toward the construction of a signal. We plan to roll that out a little bit more, and that seems to be where the group is more or less coalescing. The details of that have yet to be worked out. We'll continue to work with the group on that. But essentially, if everybody pays their little part, we can make sort of those mitigations toward those bigger type improvements. So that's really what I had on those two topics, and I'm happy to take questions on either of those roadway elements.
Yes, Commissioner Borders?
Okay. Can you go back to the four options?
Absolutely.
Oh, one more, the other one
Right there.
there. Can you give me some idea of the types of funds generated by each one of those?
Sure, I can. The local improvement districts, that one would be relatively small, and it's going to be really dependent on the type of projects that I identified. So if it was a larger project with multiple roads, then we would fund whatever we needed for that project. If it was a couple of blocks, then it would be sort of scaled down to that. So that one's very highly variable in its revenue potential. The GID it's all dependent on how it's set up and how it's established. It could generate anywhere from $1 or $2 million up to $10 or $12 million a year, depending on all the different nuances and how it was established and what its purposes were for. So that one generally has the highest revenue potential. The special purposes sales tax, we're very familiar with sales tax in Carson City. We have a variety of those in place. Generally, that one's going to create $4 to $4.5 million a year, plus or minus. And then the infrastructure sales tax, that's generally creating around $500,000, half of that, or $2 million, half of the 0.25%, around $2 million a year.
Okay.
And I have a question too, is when does this V&T bonds, when does that sunset?
I believe they plan to sunset around the end of 25 or 26. I can't remember the exact date, but it's near the end of December of 25 or December 26.
Okay, so that's not imminent. Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. That was very good. I really had two questions. One is, does your group or Public Works every year have like a plan that you do that says, here's the 303 miles? And some percentage of that, I'm assuming is state highway too, right?
No, that is all Carson City.
So
owned.
that's all Carson City. So Highway 50 and 395 are state, so
They're not included in that
they're
tally.
not included in that, okay. So do you actually come up with a plan that says of these 303 miles this year, we're going to tear up and repave completely because it's in such bad shape? We're gonna repave, we're gonna chip seal, or we're gonna slurry seal X many miles? Has that ever been done, to have a plan that says, here's what's gonna get us there over the next 20 years?
We don't have, well, we do have a long-range plan. We do have a pavement management plan. It's a 5-year plan, and we rotate the implementation of projects based on that 5-year plan. Each year, we assess the different regions of that 5-year plan. For instance, this particular coming year, 2023, we're looking at what's called Pavement District 5, and that's sort of the northwest portion of Carson City. So we assess all the roads in that portion of Carson City, and we prioritize, given our funding for that particular year, we prioritize the roads of most need that get the highest use, and to stretch every dollar that we can to do as much pavement preservation as our focus as we can in that district. Next year in 2024, we'll look at District 1, which is the northeast. 2022, we looked at District 4, which is kind of the southwest portion of town, and you'll recall we did projects at Silver Sage and Curry and on Solomon, and that was our annual funding. That was what we were able to do. Looking long range, our pavement management plan and using this paver software allow us to sort of scenario plan. And so we do have a little bit of a longer range plan, but our need is great. And so we're really focused on preservation more so than reconstruction, because we can stretch the dollars farther and preserve more of the roads that are good now, and rather than trying to fix short portions of some of the failed roads.
I've always read where, if you give it a slurry seal, it's good for another 5 years. It's like a paint job, right?
Yeah, well, that's 5 more years that we don't have to do it.
To do it, so it extends it out,
varies.
because the most
Extends it out.
expensive is tear up and redo.
Correct.
So from a funding standpoint now, and maybe you know this, and maybe you don't, I don't know, it's more of a city supervisor. So we have a funding source of gas tax, right? But there's also funds that come from the general fund that are added to that. So what is our total amount that we're spending on roads in fiscal 2022?
So in fiscal 22, we're spending around $4.5 million toward roads and road-related features. And that includes not only reconstruction, but sidewalk reconstruction and pothole filling that our street operations crew do all across the city every year. The majority of our funding, around 55%, comes from fuel tax revenue. Another large portion comes from the basic city county relief sales tax. That is the second largest portion. I think it's around 30-something% of our funding. And then the last piece of the pie is primarily through a waste management franchise fee, a portion of that. And then the Board of Supervisors did modify the plan of expenditures. We generate additional revenue through the V&T bonds that are needed to repay the bond. Any additional revenue that comes from that sales tax is being directed toward roads already. So in general, that's how we get to that $4.5 million. The Board of Supervisors has periodically, and to their credit, targeted certain projects to make general fund transfers. But in general, we don't get a lot of general fund unless specifically allocated to a particular project.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's important to point out that implementation of any of those 4 alternatives is not going to be a simple, we're going to do this. It takes a vote of the people who are in the districts, and several of them take a vote of all of the people in Carson City. My second comment is and I know Randy has heard this before, has your department given any consideration to revising the development standards to reduce the size of roads? If we continue to build roads with development, we're just increasing the future requirements for city funding. And by reducing the amount of pavement, we can significantly reduce the future costs of maintenance of those.
I absolutely agree that if we had smaller roads, we'd have less pavement to maintain. And I think as we look at our standard details and our typical sections related to not only the width of the roads, but how we construct roads, could provide not only, less maintenance in the future, but stronger roads to begin with so that we don't have to repave them quite as frequently. So I appreciate your comment.
Commissioner Borders?
On the traffic impact studies, one of the things that we recognize, I think the last time you were here and we talked about it, is the fact that there is so many apples and oranges of developers and other people providing traffic impact studies that it's hard to make a comparison. And I know that one of the things you said at that time was that we were going to try and find a way to see if we can standardize that so that we always know, if we have a standard, then we can make a decision. And I just like to know if we're still moving along that path or not.
Our goals are always to make it simpler and more standard. So yes, we are still moving on that path. We're not there yet.
Any other questions of the board? Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'd like to take this time to open this meeting for public comment. And if you have public comment, please limit it to 2 minutes. You would come up here to the front, sign in, and then push the little green button. Please be aware, I see a lot of new people here, so I am going to let you know that we cannot respond to your questions. No one can respond to your questions while you're making public comment, but the staff is making notes and will respond to them after all public comment is completed.
Betsy Strasburg. We did invite Mr. Martinovich for a meeting that was attended by about 23 people. And so a lot of the information was known to me and maybe some other people in this room. The one thing that I was surprised to see in the presentation was that there is an advisory committee that is vetting the options, and that includes different people, including public. How can we get more information on that? Because it would be interesting to provide input from the public to that advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Heather Coe for the record. For one thing, we had $29 million in funds in the rescue fund that should have been put towards this, for starters. But
Okay, excuse me,
and
just one moment. Can you sign in? And I don't know what rescue fund you're talking about.
oh,
So if
the
you can-
COVID funds. And the other thing is, I've never seen anything pushed, so many projects pushed at once. And I appreciate everything that you guys are doing because you ask questions. But there is a real issue with all of this growth in places where there is flooding. And by the way, my parents live on Ash Canyon, and we have called when there's been blockages, like deer, because people are always speeding up their street and hitting animals. And they were told they're on their own, and it was in their drainage ditch. So that's also a problem. There are so many problems to all of this push to have everything permitted out and all of these things just crammed without really doing any studies. And I don't think that these developers should be let off the hook. They do their own impact reports. That's not something that has gone on for years. This is a new thing. And that's ridiculous too. And why is it that this is now being talked about when all these efforts in pushing all these projects they should have been gone through with all of the things with the roads and the flooding and everything else. But everything goes too fast, and we need to slow it down. This is getting out of hand and out of control. And we're in a recession. So I don't know how people expect everyone to continue to come up with all of these new tax increases, this and that. This is ridiculous. And I know that you guys really do take the time to consider everything. And I really appreciate that. But it's our board that doesn't. And I would like to think that it would be nice if we could all be heard at a decent time. So that's one of the things that I want to have on their agenda. But thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ralph Thomas. I'd like to address the maintenance costs and stuff. I know Public Works is a little different than road maintenance on some issues in some projects, but looking at the graph with the construction costs and the proposal to increase costs to make up for that, I don't know if you'll ever catch up with that. Your deferred maintenance backlog is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. I've spent almost 45 years in the federal sector, and a lot of that was with transportation and infrastructure maintenance, and especially asphalt maintenance. You need to narrow that gap down somehow between those two lines on the chart. And my suggestion is consider road maintenance as a separate issue than some of the public works projects, because the contract costs are going to kill you. And like I say, you're never going to catch up with some of that stuff. I've done tremendous amount of miles, thousands of miles of chip sealing, and with a federal construction crew. It's a lot cheaper to do it in-house. And you can do partnerships with other agencies and other cities to maybe come up with a chip sealing crew. This is just a brainstorm. And go from city to city and do different projects around the city. We're doing it for $30,000 or $40,000 a mile instead of millions of dollars. I'd suggest looking at opportunities like that to narrow those two lines down. Otherwise, you're never going to catch up with it, and you're going to continue to try to ask for more and more and more money. And until you can narrow those gaps down, doing alternative ways of projects and such like that, you're never going to catch up with this. And then as far as construction around here, I come from a little bit different area, but I notice we're all sitting on granitic sand, and a lot of the road base around here is non-existent. And so a lot of this asphalt is alligatoring out. Chip seals won't help that a bit. It's the roads are gone. Those have to be completely tore out and redone, and hopefully a base would be put back in that could stand up to some of this stuff. Asphalt over time deteriorates just from the sunlight. The asphalts evaporate out of the compound, and that's why it starts degenerating. And with no base under it, it's not going to last. And you can't ever repair that unless you put a mat over it and glue it down and asphalt over that, or grind that stuff up and then put a new layer over the top of it. So I'm speaking from experience on how this works. And so my suggestion is figure out how to narrow those two lines down on your chart, and then think about your local crews being able to do some of this maintenance.
Further?
Richard Nagel for the record. What I think we're coming into is a crisis of management. And the asphalt, from my understanding, is at this point in time the most expensive way to put a road in, where concrete is becoming much cheaper. Again, we have to think out of the box when we're in a hard rock and a hard place. We're heading into a recession, okay, and money's going to be tighter. A lot of we're planning for tourist dollars to come in, which may not materialize. So again, that could be a shortfall in budgets, stuff from that taxation. What we also need to do is learn how to partnership with Douglas and Washoe so that we could get their road people to work with our road people for a lesser money maybe and help them so that we have a continuous loop, so to speak, of cooperation. This way we can keep our people employed. Okay? And this way everybody would have an opportunity to draw from that pool. Again, we need to look out of the box, is what I'm seeing with our roads. Because the money they project, with all those taxes that they thought they would put in, that's only going to give them half the money at this point in time. So we're still in a rock and a hard place. So we need some real budgetary management solutions to move on from here. And I'm just asking people to think out of the box and use some critical thinking and what really needs to be done and what we can do. So thank you much for your time.
Mr. Nagel? Oh, great. Thank you.
Chair, Committee, Commission, thank you. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. And I am very appreciative to everyone that spoke so far. Checked a lot of things off of my list as I'm not very speedy at getting to the point. They did very well for me on those. I'd like to add two things that are on my list that weren't brought up. One is that I had an opportunity to look at the Waste Management Share annual report, and they're making bundles of money. Trash pickup, trash and waste management programs are billion-dollar programs, and that's like a gazillion above my ability to understand monetary situations, but it's pretty clear to me they're doing pretty well. And what we have in a sort of, and it was brought in sort of a golden contract situation that they have individuals like myself in a position where I can't pick whom is going to do my trash. It's mandatory. I was very lucky to get a waiver, and I'm looking forward to utilizing that as the year goes on. But I am very concerned that we're not getting our fair share out of what their big waste management company is getting from this community. And I would like to see more of the funds earmarked for our roads and for our considerations of infrastructure and such. So that's one thing that would be added. I know that at the great presentation about the roads and the status that Dan Stuckey and anyhow, names aren't coming to me today, but the main thing is that there were things brought up besides the practical understandings of the costs and this and that and how much we have. But one of them was to tax the legislature, to put a fee on, I know it's word, but I can't come up with it right now. I had a little bit of a short stop this morning, but the deal is that there are revenue factors that we have to consider that we haven't had to, and I think electric cars are not paying their fair share of things. The gasoline, diesel, and sales tax and such are. But I have to live within my means, and you're really crowding me out of a community I love with your extras that I think other people are not sharing their portion of the burden, or what I would say responsibility, because we all have that. We want to live in a place that's safe and clean and desirable. And that's what we have now, and I would like growth to stay within the means that we have, like I stay within my means so that I can stay healthy. And I think we're losing that very quickly by our rush to expand. So besides the nature and the balance of floodplain, natural purposes that we have crowded out and we have less of now, and the things that you've all brought up, I appreciate your perseverance and your attention. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, I'd like to turn it back over to staff. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No problem, so am I. So
I was, now? My name is Sue Masiello. I live on Manhattan Drive, and one concern I have about our road is that about every 10 feet, there are ruts from one side of the road to the other. They're open. There are weeds growing through them. I go out and spray them occasionally, weeds, in front of my house. They were not adequately addressed when whatever utility chopped up our road. I think any action in terms of putting in cables, telephone lines, those utilities need to be responsible for fixing what they've done. My other comment is that it's my understanding that the Anderson Ranch, the Anderson Ranch buildings have garages that only house one car. I don't know if that's true. And that their driveways cannot accommodate some parked vehicles, like a large pickup truck. I don't know whether that's true either, but I will tell you that narrowing the road creates problems if people are going to be parking on them. And I had a child who lived in San Francisco about 10 years ago, and they were requiring all development to have adequate parking for the cars on their lot to get cars off of the street. And I think that needs to be looked at too in terms of the development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Karen Stevens. And I would like to say I am just against all this building in floodplains. I mean, it disturbs the ecology of the property, and where are all the insects and birds and animals that were living there? Where are they supposed to go? It's just, I think it's awful. It's ruining our city. The other thing is, you know, these contractors come in and want to build wherever they can. And what is their, what are they putting towards maintaining the builds that, the roads that are being installed? They reap all the profit off of building these subdivisions. And then the people, the taxpayers, most of who don't even use those roads, are stuck with the burden of paying for them. I've been retired for 7 years. In 7 years, I've had 9% cost of living increases. And when we're experiencing 2% inflation a month, which is what I'm hearing, I don't want to pay any more taxes. We are taxed and feed out. And so can we just slow down on approving all of these ridiculous buildings, subdivisions, and trying to push more taxes on the people? It's really hard. And being what I consider maybe lower middle income, I'm losing ground fast, and I just can't imagine what lower income people are doing. Maybe that's why we have such a huge growing population of homeless people, because we're taxing the crap out of everybody and they're losing their homes and their cars and just can't afford all of this progressive building. So that's my 2 cents worth, and thank you for listening.
Any further comment?
My name is Jody Usry. I live on Airport Road. First thing I wanted to say is that I know there's a lot of interaction right now between the animals and people. I've seen deer in town. There's been reports of bear in town, and not on the fringes, middle of town, as well as coyotes that I hear twice a year that go through the field across the street from my house in that floodplain. That's another option. That's another thing there too, is they're gonna have to backfill all that to get it to road level. And when they do, that floodplain is gonna be eliminated. And so now you're gonna see more flooding, particularly for the new homes that they're planning on putting in. And I'd like to remind the commission about about 20 years ago, they did some new building in the south end of town. Those houses had a flood, and the city was out, I don't know how much money for remediation of black mold and stuff that were there, because it was not done properly. Also, we're constantly told we're in a drought, yet we're going to build more properties that use more water. That doesn't make any sense. Then there's also the road issue. Where I'm at, the only road that would be big enough to carry all the construction vehicles is Airport Road. Airport's already in a pretty bad state as it is. This is going to make it worse when you put 10-ton, 15-ton construction vehicles back and forth on that road, not to mention all the little kids that go across the street to head over to Empire Elementary. That's going to create an issue there too. So, and the second road that they're planning on putting in, the portion that's already in for Lampa is very, 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 very narrow. So I could not see them running a great big rig down through there with the construction vehicles to try to do that. I guess that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Push the button so you see it green going.
Hello, my name is Paula Peters. We have major problems generating funds for road work, as we heard just this morning. I think we should slow down issuing building permits. Every new residential unit puts more vehicles on the road, which puts more stress on our roads. I still don't understand why the city helped fund V&T. The V&T Railroad is not a big tourist draw. People might go to the train while they're here, but nobody plans a trip to Carson City to ride the train. It diverts funds that could be used for road maintenance. It makes no sense at all. I hope in the future that our city makes more prudent financial decisions, such as the V&T bond. And also, I am concerned about the water usage because we are in the middle of warming climate trends, and it's an issue. So I hope we do consider slowing down growth in Carson City.
Any further comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'd like staff to come back and answer some of the questions.
Madam Chair, I'm not certain there were questions. I think I heard a lot of concerns relative to, well, there was a question from Betsy concerning the committee, and I think she can reach out to Chris Martinovich specifically on that. There was a lot of comments about growth, and I'm just going to make a general comment if I may, and then if Randy or Chris feel like there were specific questions, that's good. The Growth Management Commission is a standing commission. The Planning Commission serves as the Growth Management Commission. The Growth Management Commission has an official annual meeting where they look at growth data in the city. They look at the ability of the city to provide services. Those services include transportation, but they also include water, sewer, police, fire, schools, health. And so we're reaching out to every single department in the city relative to how growth is impacting their ability to service the community. This commission looks at that very closely. And I don't want anyone to believe that any decision that this commission makes is not taking into consideration the impact of their decisions on the ability of this city to serve and provide the necessary public services of this community. Um, there are impact reports being done for infrastructure, for traffic, to ensure that discretionary decisions can be made. And when I say that, that means this commission is making decisions based on the impact on health, welfare, and safety, based on the impact of to the neighborhood, based on impact to transportation, based on impact to police and fire services. They have a list of certain findings they look at every single solitary time they make a decision. Their decisions aren't absent discretionary review and critical thought. So I invite everyone here to stay for the meeting and to come to all these meetings to see how this commission goes through its decision-making process. Because I feel like a lot of the concerns that were voiced were really, really good concerns. But there are also things that are a matter of everyday operations for this commission. And I just wanted to provide that broad comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope.
I don't know if you had any specific questions or if you just want me to try to address some of the topics that were before us earlier with your public comment.
Just kind of a broad stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So generally, I empathize with a lot of the comments that come in here. We are frustrated with the funding, for the roads. We understand the challenges that come with new development. I think one thing I would like to address, there was a comment about pushing development, right? That doesn't happen. There's no pushing of development. Just like everybody here that owns a home or owns property, they want the best and highest use of that property, right? They want their house to increase in value, and then when they sell that house, they want their, when they die, they want their family to have that money or whatever. We all want to be in that same situation. Development is no different. A developer wants to develop their property for the best use and value they think they can get out of that property. It's not staff's goal or job to push or deny development. They are going through the letter of the law. So they look at zoning requirements, they look at engineering requirements, they have to pass all the tests to make sure, but it's not us that's pushing development, right? That is just a developer and their contractor saying, hey, the market is right. Inflation, borrowing money, now is the right time for us to get the best and highest use of this property. And that's why we have big peaks and big valleys of times where development is rapid and then development slows down, right? So as was mentioned earlier, as inflation continues to rise rapidly, as the cost of borrowing money continues to rise rapidly, we do anticipate development to drop off, right? We do see, after talking to developers, home sales have gone down substantially. But that has nothing to do with staff, and that has nothing to do with really anybody in this room. That is just a developer or a property owner trying to get to their goal, which is to make money on their property. So I just want that to be clear. There's no push for development. Our goal here is the checks and balances portion to make sure they can check off the list whether or not, they're going to cause additional problems with traffic, with flooding. We want to make sure our sewer and water is adequate. We have the water usage available. So that's what we're here for today. So I just want to make that very clear. I know you all know that, but I think it's important for the public to understand. I did hear some comments about the cost of concrete being cheaper than asphalt. That is unequivocally not correct. Asphalt has gone up. Concrete has gone up astronomically. It is very expensive right now, and the quality of the concrete in our region is actually not that great. Some of the quarries we have and the aggregates, they interact with the actual cement, and we don't get good longevity. They have the same problem up in Reno, and so I would not recommend going down that path. A lot of concrete also requires reinforcement. Those reinforcing bars require often expensive epoxy coatings, which makes the cost per mile go up even more. Additionally, road maintenance is much more difficult on concrete because you're sawing through not only thicker layers of concrete, but also, again, that rebar that I talked about. It then requires doweling to be able to get the structural capacity of the road. And so it makes maintenance more expensive, more time consuming. And if you think delays with traffic are bad with asphalt, wait until you see it with concrete, right? There are good uses for concrete. It does work well in intersections oftentimes when you have shoving and rutting happening, when buses and big trucks are coming to a stop or making abrupt turns, when you have large loads shifting. those are good uses of concrete. Highways are good uses of concrete, but local roads is generally not a good use of concrete. So I just want to throw that out there. They talked about slurry sealing and some idea about maybe having a public crew come on board. It's not the worst idea. We do look at that from time to time about whether or not it makes sense. But hiring 6 more people to do this and to have the equipment would be very expensive. Not sure the Board of Supervisors would agree. But then also the cost, we're not going to get the economy of scale because we're going to order in much smaller quantities. When you're talking about a quarry or you're talking about a contractor that's doing $20 billion of work every year, they're getting the lowest price because they're buying and stockpiling this material, right? And we're not going to get that same benefit, right? So it's easy to come up here and say, well, this is the obvious solution, but I just want to ensure everyone that it's not obvious. It's a lot more difficult when you get down to brass tacks and you start calling vendors and understanding, comparing this. And we do this all day long, right? We're looking at the cheapest and the easiest and the best way to do this. We want the tax dollars to go as far as humanly possible, right? We're all citizens and users of the road system in here as well. And so I just want everyone to know that we do evaluate every scenario to make sure what we're bringing to the city is the cheapest, most reliable piece of infrastructure that we can. I don't know if I missed any that you wanted to touch on, but okay.
I'm sorry, public comment has been closed.
If anyone would like, I'd be happy to step outside, and I'm sure Chris would as well. If you want to address any comments on the side, we'd be happy to talk to people about that.
Okay, I'm going to go on to the next agenda item. And thank you so much for the update on this, because the growth management, we do meet in the spring, and it is nice to have this revisited this time of year too, because it gives us the updates, because staff works on this year round. So thank you again to the staff. I'd like to continue on to the next agenda item, and I understand that Commissioner Borders has a disclosure.
Before I do that, I would also like to encourage, like we said earlier, we're going to discuss the growth management plan later on today with this, and I think there's a lot of information in there. That plan is also now online, thanks to Commissioner Perry and some others. But I think the other thing that I think is important for the public to recognize is that this commission does not have any purse strings and does not have any say in moratoria or what we can or cannot do. That's invested in your elected officials, not us, your poor appointed volunteers. All right. What I would like to disclose today is that this item, and we're going to have another item, is the engineering of record of this project is called Westex Consulting Engineers. For 20 years, I was a principal and chief financial officer of another Texas corporation called Westex. And I would just like to disclose that I have no relationship or no association with Westex Consulting Engineers, but I was a member of Westex Management Company in Texas. So I just want to make sure that nobody feels like these are my people. And I'm done.
And this is Todd Reese, Deputy DA. Simply for the record, Commissioner Borders made that disclosure, but he will be voting on this item.
That's correct.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 6B. It's GM 2022-0504 for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding a request from Carson City Holdings, LLC, applicant for the approval of daily water usage above 15,000 gallons per day for proposed congregate care facility on the property zoned retail commercial RC located at 4500 North Carson Street. Assessor's parcel number APN 007-531-26. And Heather.
Thank you, Heather Ferris, for the record. As you know, the Board of Supervisors annually sets the threshold for growth management review of commercial and industrial projects. The threshold for 2022 was set at 15,000 gallons. The application before you is for an average daily water usage of 15,700 gallons for a proposed 356-bed congregate care facility. Per the municipal code, the commission must base its decisions on the quantity of water consumed by the use for which the building is constructed compared to the availability of water, the ability of the city to deliver water service to the structure, other effects of water usage, and/or the ability of the city's sewage disposal to handle the quantity of water generated. Based on the city's water model, there is sufficient capacity to serve the project without detrimental impacts to the city system or surrounding properties. Engineering staff has provided comparison data which shows that the estimates provided are similar to the amount of water per bed that other similar facilities in the city are using. The proposed facility estimates water usage at 44.1 gallons per bed per day, which is equivalent to 36.9 water equivalent residential customers. Other facilities in the city use between 38.3 and 54.4 gallons per bed per day. Engineering staff has also reviewed the sewer model to ensure that the sewer system can serve the project. It's been determined that the sewer main in College Parkway is at capacity. So later on today in the Planning Commission agenda, you'll be reviewing a special use permit. And that special use permit includes recommended condition of approval requiring a pro rata share contribution towards the replacement of this main. So staff is recommending a condition for the Growth Management Commission that essentially references back to that special use permit should both be approved. In addition to the items outlined in the municipal code, there is a specific policy criteria adopted in the resolution. The commission must be able to make the following findings in order to approve the water usage: that the use utilizes water conservation measures and techniques, and that the use will promote health, welfare, safety, and/or quality of life, or create quality jobs, or promote recreation and tourism. Based on the information submitted, staff was able to make both findings in the affirmative. Those findings are detailed in the staff report, and if the commission would like, I'm happy to review those with you. With that, staff is recommending approval based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. Stephen Pote with Development Engineering has a few comments before I hand it back over to you. And Peter Wilday and Chris Moltz are both here representing the project as well.
Stephen Pote with Development Engineering for the record. So I just wanted to point out that the water analysis was a bit iterative with this project. So the applicant's engineer initially submitted to us calculations for the anticipated water demand. And in looking at that, we had some questions about whether or not all of the amenities that were included in the application were included. So there was an update to the study for that. And based on that update, it was very close, but under the threshold for growth management. At that point, Public Works looked at all of the congregate care facilities we could in the city and their existing use over the past, I think, over 5 years, and looked at the averages per bed. And that number was higher by a little bit, and we felt that it was prudent to apply that to this project rather than the calculated rate. So that's the number that they're here based on.
Stephen, my question for you is, when is it anticipated to change that, upgrade that sewer connection on College Parkway?
Bear with me just a minute, I had that. Yeah. So the estimated time frame is 5 to 10 years. That's correct. So capacity is considered 50% full. So there's some safety factor built in there.
Commissioner Borders?
I'm sorry. In condition number 1, the staff is recommending approval for the project requiring future water use to be reported and should ensure that future water use is within the range proposed, and that condition is in the special use permit. I was wondering why it shouldn't be in this permit instead. It's the last condition in the special use permit, which says that for the period of 5 years, they must come and report their usage to us. Is it more appropriate there, or should it be in here?
And
And I'm punting to both of you, so.
So I think that because basically we've tied the two sets of conditions together, that it's fine in the special use permit. Condition number 2 for the growth management permit reads, the applicant shall comply with all conditions of approval associated with the special use permit, LU 2022-0326. So the cross-referencing, I think, is there, and I
Yeah, but
think it's fine.
if in fact, in their annual report for the next 5 years, it shows that they're well exceeding the 17,000 gallon, or 15,000 gallons, 700 gallons that they were approving, that should be referred back to the Growth Management Commission, not the Planning Commission.
And I think we can do that because the conditions are cross-referenced.
Okay, I just don't want to get us cross-axled here. That's all I have, thank you.
Looks like the board doesn't have any questions. Any further discussion with the board? Applicant, I'm sorry. How about the applicant?
Can I ask a question? We're good. Just for clarification, since we have two things here, we're, as the Growth Management Commission, just considering the water part of this now. We will hear when we convene as the Planning Commission, the detail of the project.
That is correct.
And the special use permit that goes with that. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Pete Wilday. I'm the architect on the project and one of the co-owners with my wife Monette, who's here, and another group of investors who are joining in on this project with us, this assisted living project. Chris Moltz is here. He's our engineer with West Tex, not from Texas, from Carson City. And we're in agreement with all the findings that the staff has done, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the staff. And they've done just a great job in helping us, bringing up salient points that we were able to address and improve our project. So I think you're to be congratulated. We work with a lot of different cities, and Carson City is my favorite place to work. I mean, you guys, with your program and your people, you're very responsive and have really contributed to, we made a lot of changes based on recommendations that improved the project dramatically. And so I just congratulate the city and the way you're approaching growth. It's just been a pleasure to work here.
And I'm Chris Maltz, engineer for West Tex Consulting Engineers. I did work with the Carson City on traffic impact study, water capacity, that sort of things. The public will probably love that we're not putting new roads in to add more tax dollars. This is existing Michael Hole property that's going to be replaced with this new use. So it's an infill project, which is probably beneficial for in terms of utilities and that sort of thing. The 15,700 gallons that's a high estimate based on averages of other uses. We're trying to bring as many conservation measures into this project to make that actual usage less, and we're pretty confident that once we actually start implementing people living there, that the usage will be less, and that is the goal. And I think the staff report did a good job summarizing everything, especially if you start looking at the addendum to the water capacity study that was done.
I'd like to add one other thing. Our estimate of water use was based on every bed in every room full 100% of the time. No vacancies, no turnover, and it ignored the fact that the assisted skilled nursing that we have incorporated as one of the services that we provide, they use private beds on their thing. So when we plugged back in the number of beds, because it's the ground level of all three buildings, and that came up to, I believe it was 54 beds that wouldn't be there because they're private rooms, and our rooms are all designed for shared room. And so that would just be one person in each bed, and that actually brought the count above the 15.7 down to about 13.4, just with that one factor. And then we have a lot of private rooms that would take up what we've called a shared room that can be private or it can be shared. So we're anticipating probably at least 20% are going to be private rooms. So that's eliminating a bed out of each of those and the turnover. And of course, we're servicing Carson City. And so those people are all here now using water. And as they age and get into their golden years and come into the assisted living community, there's, on a global sense, they're out of their homes and now they're in an assisted living facility. So that water use has already been taken into account. So we're anticipating once we get up and going that our water use is going to be substantially less, probably around 12,000 is my best guess.
Any questions for the applicant? I just have one, is that I'm looking at the different things that you propose for the low water fixtures and so forth, and water mitigation, and it's really nice. But you won't have any problem coming back on an annual basis to go ahead and report the actual water usage?
No,
Okay.
I hope we can come back and set an example for other facilities. I think just the training of our staff is huge.
Mhm.
How do you shower the people? And, you don't stand under a hot shower for 3 or 4 minutes like they do at their home now. You're bathed, they have very little water use. And our training program for all the caregivers is going to be extensive. And so I mean, we're really going after this water conservation thing. We believe in it. And we think we can set a good example.
So I'd like to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment regarding this? No? Okay.
I've never done this, so bear with me. My name is Shelley Shannon. This one. My name is Shelley Shannon. I'm a Carson City native. I came actually to discuss the next item, but I just have to comment. He made a comment that when people move into the new assisted living, that they're going to use less water than they would if they used them at their own home. Well, somebody's going to move into their own home. So I think that's an invalid argument. That's all I wanted to say. They're going to be using less water at the assisted living facility, but somebody's going to be living in their old home, probably using more water. So it's a moot comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve GM 2022-0504 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
I'd like to take this time to schedule a recess before we come back as the Planning Commission. And
Actually, Madam Chair, would you like to just do closing public comment, and then you can adjourn as the Growth Management Commission, and then do a break, just so if anybody has anything else. And then we-
okay, the public is invited at this time to comment on any matter that's not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item of the agenda. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'd like to adjourn the Growth Management Commission, and we'll return. It is 12:20. How long? Yeah, let's go ahead and do a 15-minute recess, and we'll reconvene as the Planning Commission when we return. Thank you. the Planning Commission for how about December 20th, 2022? And I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Chair Wiggins, Vice Chair Preston, Commissioner Borders.
Here.
Commissioner Eswine. Commissioner Kilgore.
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd. Commissioner Perry. A quorum is present.
Thank you, Tamara. We'd like to go ahead and waive the Pledge of Allegiance because we did it this morning in our original meeting. So, we agree on that? Chuck? Yes. Are we waiving? We're waiving. Okay. All right, great. Thank you. The public is invited at this time to comment and discuss on any topic that's relevant to or within the authority of this public body.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Commission. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Tried to walk off some of my nerves and it only sort of worked. The deal is that I am concerned anytime zoning's changed to make an adjustment because it sets a trend towards further development in those areas. And I really prefer that some things are really set better, and I do not feel that our master plan is structured or set well enough yet to want to make a whole bunch of different little bits of patchwork changes to make it more comfortable for whatever records. And I just like to see communities' integrity and their look and their feel be carried on in the same spirit that it was originally designed. And I'm not seeing that through Carson with the new development. It's sort of hodgepodge now of look like you're at an office building and it's an apartment, or you're looking that you're supposed to be in a residential 1 unit per acre situation and you've got dozens of apartments. I do appreciate the fact that we need housing here, but I would like at least the consideration being made to the way their structures are designed and the plants around it sort of support the neighboring similarities, and that would be very helpful to me. I appreciate your time. It's a huge job. I got sidetracked by looking at the wealth or the prosperity of waste management, and I got distracted from my duties on this, so I apologize for that, but I do want that considered. You're not in that part, but you are part of the neighborhood and you're part of the community, and we're looking at ways to cover roads and other issues and everything we can find. I mean, the 5 things that have been suggested, or 4 things have been suggested, don't cover it but 50%. And so to keep thinking that you can tax us all and that developing is not getting us out of that tax hole. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? I'd like to look at the approval of the minutes of the November 15th meeting.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move that we accept the minutes of November 15th, 2022 as presented.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Approved. Today before us, we have item number 14.A, LU 2020-0050 for possible action and discussion regarding a request from Bear Creek Land Company, the applicant, for an 18-month time extension to July 27th, 2024 for a approved special use permit, SUP, for outdoor storage with personal storage within an enclosed building on property within the Lumper Ranch North Specific Plan Area, Zone General Commercial, GC-SPA, and the Public Regional, PRSPA, located on the west side of Airport Road, south of Budeye at 556 Airport Road, APN number 010-041-76. And Heather, would Would you like to present?
Thank you, Vice Chairperson and Planning Commissioners. Heather Manzo for the record. So this project is located within the Lampa Ranch North specific plan, and so it is subject to the handbook standards for the specific plan. The Planning Commission heard and approved this original special use permit in January of 2021. Since then, the applicant did receive the one-time administrative approval for a one-year time extension, and as it sits currently, this project would expire in January of 2023. The applicant had filed a time extension requesting an 18-month extension for your consideration today, noting that they had gone through the permitting process, however, did not construct the project before those permits expired. When they resubmitted their permit application, they were directed to make some significant changes they hadn't anticipated with that permit. So due to the time that's necessary to get that permit approved through not only Carson City, but also NDEP, the applicant is before you today to request a time extension to July 27th, 2024. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission approve this request, and the applicant's here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mike Vicks. I'm with Monte Vista Consulting. I'm available to answer any questions you may have about this extension. I would like to point out that we have resubmitted the permits. The previous permits had expired. Our client switched contractors, and in that the old permits expired. As Heather stated, when we resubmitted, there were some additional changes that the engineering department required. So we've made those revisions and resubmitted. Once Carson City has approved, then we can go to NDEP. So there's time involved, and that won't happen before the original special use permit does expire. And so we're just trying to be proactive and be here before that. If you've got any questions at all, I'm more than happy to help out, and hopefully I can answer them all.
Okay, Commissioner Borders?
This has mostly to do with Heather. Condition number 4. I would like to see that condition amended to say the use for which the permit is approved shall commence on July 27, 2024. Remove the second line and said, should this permit not be initiated, the permit shall become null and void. In other words, I want to sunset this permit so that they're on one extension. We're giving them a year and a half. If they can't get it done by then, I think they need to come back and do it over.
Thank you. If that's the Commission's desire, we can make that change.
Okay.
Any other board comments?
Pardon?
Any other board comments?
Question for Mike. So are you having a problem with NDEP getting permits through? Why the delay, I guess? I see here it has to do with utilities, but can you just drill down in the weeds a little bit on that? I'm curious.
So once Carson City approves, then we can submit to NDEP. So the project has not been submitted to NDEP at this point. Their process, I believe it's 45 business days for their initial review. And so we're not expecting any major issues with them. We just haven't had the chance to submit to them at this time. We've been working through some issues with Carson City. We resubmitted the previously approved plans and then got a list of new, 50 new plan check comments based on essentially the approved plans. And so one of those was to relocate the water line. And so we've worked with staff on where that water line is actually going to get located. But before we can go into NDEP, Carson City needs to approve it first. And so it's just the time that the process has taken. And so at this point, everything has been resubmitted to Carson City. I wasn't responsible for that, so I'm not exactly sure when. I feel like it was several weeks ago. But, so there's no specific issues with NDEP. It's just that the time that it does take to work through their process. Yep.
Any other further questions for the applicant? Seeing,
Does he accept the conditions of
oh,
approval?
yes, do you accept the conditions of approval with the inclusion of removing the last line on condition number 4?
Yes, we do, and with the modification.
Okay. All right, Chuck, do you want to go ahead and make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Is there any public comment in regards to this project? Seeing none, refer it back to the board for a motion.
Oh,
Make a motion.
I'm assuming that my suggestion is acceptable. If it's not, let's talk about it.
Commissioner Perry?
I think on item 4, Commissioner Borders' suggestion would just involve removing the middle sentence there.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, so I move to approve an extension of the expiration date of LU 2020-050 to July 27th, 2024, as the approved special use permit continues to be appropriate, and the activity permitted by the special use permit will not adversely impact other properties in the area or the public interest, with the change in conditions of approval number 4 of removing the sentence that says an extension of time may be requested in writing to the Planning Commission at least 30 days prior to expiration date.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next agenda item. Okay. 14B LU 2022-0326 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding an application from Peter Wilday, applicant for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the construction of a congregate care facility and multifamily residential units on the property zoned retail commercial, RC, located at 4500 North Carson Street, assessor's parcel number APN 007-531-26. Heather.
Thank you. Again, Heather Manzo
Before we
for the
begin
record.
on this one, if I could ask Commissioner Borders to give his disclosure again. Simply because it's a separate meeting technically.
All right, thank you. Madam Chairman, I would like to disclose that the engineer of record for this project is Westex Consulting Company. Westex Consulting Engineers. For 20 years, I was the CFO and managing partner of a corporation in Texas called Westex Management. They have no affiliation with each other. I've never met the principals of Westex Consulting Engineers, and I plan on voting on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Borders.
Thank you, Heather Manzo, for the record again. This project is located on North Carson Street and north of Medical Parkway. So currently at the site is an RV sales and service facility. So this request would eventually take the place of the current operations as a redevelopment project. So access to the site would be from North Carson Street. There's 2 driveways proposed and then an additional driveway on Medical Parkway. You will see on the site plan when we're talking about Medical Parkway, which is on the top left of the site plan here, where the driveway comes out of the project, there's a crosswalk directly to the left. So staff did identify that that could potentially present conflicts. And so with this project, if approved, that crosswalk would be removed. And there are at intersection crosswalks both to the east and west of this existing one. So it's been determined to be non-essential. So the development proposed with this special use permit did trigger the growth management item that you heard earlier today and approved. There are a couple of conditions that specifically relate to the growth management item, and so this has been conditioned to kind of work in conjunction with the growth management project. And part of the reason that we added conditions to the special use permit in this case is because the special use permit is what's going to trigger the building permits, and so we thought that that would be a good time to identify those triggers so that things don't get missed over time. So there are 3 main congregate care residence buildings on the site. They're pretty large. And then there are about 30,000 square feet of other additional amenity uses that include a prayer building and some other offices and things like that. So the applicant has provided for a comprehensive plan to redevelop this site. In addition to that, they have proposed 12 caregiver apartments that are located on the southwest corner of the project on the top left side of the site plan as it's shown here. There's a condition recommended that would require the congregate care facility to be established before the apartments, since our evaluation really focused in on the primary use of the site, the congregate care, and the apartments as they stood, 12 units, wouldn't really function very well without the congregate care facility. And so in terms of proposed architecture, the applicant has presented maximum 3-story buildings that are below the maximum height limitation for the retail commercial zone. They appear to meet the articulation standards that are contained in our code. However, we would evaluate each building as they're brought in for permit to ensure that they do meet our standards. There is a significant amount of landscaping and a variety of both indoor and outdoor recreation amenities geared toward the residents and the caregivers. The applicant has noted that none of the amenity facilities would be open to the public. They're specifically there to support the primary use. Staff hasn't received any public comment on this item, and we were able to make the findings based on the approval of the growth management item, and are recommending that the Planning Commission approve this request. And the applicant is here to address the Planning Commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you read the conditions of approval, and do you agree?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great, thank you. Have any questions? Okay, Commissioner Borders?
Heather, on condition number 5, I understand what we're saying, but I wonder if there's a better way to express it. We're saying prior to the approval of the permit, the construction of the apartments. Is it the staff apartments? Is it, I know that there's probably a word that they have when they designate those buildings, and it's not other than for clarity, but I think however we differentiate this housing, which I think is a wonderful idea, from the actual construction, it needs a name or something other than the apartments, because I don't want that to be misconstrued as apartments in the building.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment. I think we could clarify. So you were asking for the distinction. The congregate care facility is not a residential use. It's actually a commercial use.
Yep.
Where the apartments are multifamily. But I think in terms of clarifying the intent, we could say the 12 multifamily units.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. Something to make it distinctive, so
Okay.
that there's never a doubt in somebody's mind as to what we're talking about.
Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
We're calling it caregiver housing because it's for the caregivers.
Yeah, could we add that?
We could add,
Because
we could add
that's
that
more
to the
specific.
caregiver apartments, if you
Yeah.
want to use that word. Okay. Thank you.
Perry?
2 questions for the applicant. One was a follow-up on that. So I applaud you that you're actually going to supply some housing for your labor force. Wish more people would do that for a project of this size. It sounds like around 1/3 or so. So will it be limited to just those people working at the facility?
Yes.
Okay, good, so that you can't just rent them to anybody and then
No.
we're going backwards, yeah. Okay.
exclusive for the caregivers. We want to make sure, you know, we could have 300 people in the assisted living facility, and if there's a snowstorm and people don't show up, or there's some reason the caregivers don't show up for work, we want to have the ability to keep the level of service to where we need it, and to be able to have them right there and train them right there. At least we only were going to supply enough for about 25% of the caregivers. The rest will be in the community elsewhere.
Okay, you're on the record.
Good.
My second question, do you have any history or experience in operating a congregate care facility?
The experts, my wife, Monette, she's here. She's had a lot of experience.
Okay, where? You want to come up?
Yes, sir. Monette Wilde, on record. Yeah, I have 15 years of experience. I started from being a caregiver, and now I own care homes, and I also own a lot of healthcare businesses. So with that in mind, experiencing being a caregiver, I know what the caregivers needs, and I know what the people needs in terms of needing their care, and anything that they need, I know because I've been into that situation before. So that's why we created this building, apartments for the caregivers, because I used to walk when I was working in a care facility because I could not get a car, especially during winter time. So I couldn't ride in a bus or anything like that. So we conceptualized this for a while. It's not just taking care of the people in the facility, but also taking care of the employees that will be working for us.
Are you going to be the owner?
We will be, yes.
Okay, because when I saw the application here, it says Michael Hull, and I know him as a car dealer where I buy Hondas, so I was
No,
wondering.
He is going to be our partner because he owns the property.
Okay,
But
thank
the
you.
operations, it's going to be me, and we will hire more people to help us out.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Borders?
Commissioner Eswine, you want to go ahead? You have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, the caregiver apartments, are they going to be like subsidized, or are they?
Yes, their meals and their room and board is paid for.
Sounds like a good deal.
Very good.
My question goes back to the site plan, if we could run it back to that. With the open access onto Carson Street, and the fact that you're going to be housing dementia and possibly Alzheimer's patients, how do you keep the wanderers from walking out on Carson Street? What kind of security are you going to be able to?
Yeah, we have,
as opposed to a gate?
well, we do have, it's all, property is completely fenced and can be gated. We don't know if if we will actually gate it. We're showing gates. But we have 3 levels. So if we have Alzheimer's people, they'd be on a separate floor that's secured. And the only way they can leave is if a family member comes, takes them downstairs to the dining room for dinner, or if some doctor or nurse or caregiver escorts them someplace.
So are you showing gates here? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
All right, so if I'm coming into Carson City, I've got to stop at that gate, but I'm going to be sitting in the highway then. Is there?
I think we'd only close the gates at night. Our security is going to be by floor.
Okay. Well, I'm still concerned about a turn lane. In other words, if I'm coming at nighttime and I'm kind of trying to drive in there.
There is a turn lane there.
Is there?
A decel lane.
Okay.
So
all
you're
right.
off
Yep.
you're off the highway in a decel
Okay.
lane. And
All right. That's fine then.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I may, kind of to that point, Commissioner Borders, when driveways are gated, they have to meet a certain criteria in order to ensure that folks can pull in safely. So if that's proposed at the time of building permit, we will take a look at that.
Commissioner Perry?
So I want to follow up on Commissioner Eswine's question. You answered that the people who are eligible to live here are subsidized. You said room and board. Is that through Medicare?
No, they're the people who work there. They're
Oh, who
the
work there.
caregivers. Yeah.
The caregivers,
this is
okay.
caregiver housing.
I got you. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Also, we are admitting people with under Medicaid as well. So it's for everybody, not just for rich people, but for all. So if they could not afford to pay for the private room, we have a shared room that can be shared with Medicaid people. So, and we will also help them get the Medicaid help, because we can coordinate with the government in helping them out. Because the rule is if they are making less than $1,500, then they can apply for Medicaid help. So it will be helped by the government plus the Social Security. So that will be put together, because I used to own care homes, and that's what I was doing with them. If they cannot afford to pay for the private room, they can be in a shared room, and we will help them get the approval from the Medicaid department.
Thank you. That's really what I was trying to ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Any public comment? Excuse me, we have public comment.
Hi, Shelley Shannon again, for the record. It's on, right? Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Last night, I reviewed the Carson City Municipal Code, Title 18, and it covers the master plan, zoning, and special use permits. I found it interesting that it seems the last few projects have all been approved on special use permits, not zoning or not master plan amendments. When I think of a special use permit, I think of something that's temporary, maybe the carnival at Mills Park, but not something that's a 350-room permanent structure. And I think that we're probably doing that to get around applying for new zoning. The special use permits have guidelines, though, which still must be followed. And I don't know that a care unit in a retail space where Michael Hull sells RVs is in that context. I did look at the special use guidelines, and I don't even see how you can improve it. It says that they must be consistent with the objectives of the master plan elements. It's not. It's a retail. It's not zoned for care. And coming down the freeway, I mean, it's a huge building. It's just looks like a disaster. But anyway, it also specifies that the project will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of the surrounding properties, and is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of adjacent development and neighborhoods. It's again retail, it's not care. And will have little or no detrimental effect on vehicular or pedestrian traffic. It's coming off a freeway. And will not overburden existing public services and facilities, including schools, police, and fire protection, water, sanitary sewer, public roads, storm drainage, and other public improvements. We're at capacity with the water, and I believe that one comment during the last meeting was that the sewage was up to capacity. So I don't see how that this can even be approved. And there, thank you.
Any other comment? Okay. Discussion of the board? I'd like to make a comment. I think one of the things that's come to our attention in the last probably about 3 or 4 months is that North Carson Street is primarily retail commercial. That's what it's zoned. Even the hospital is zoned retail commercial. The medical facilities are zoned retail commercial. Retail commercial actually has created a situation where I'm seeing this, and this is my opinion, is that we have created a situation by reducing what can be specifically in those particular codes. And what has happened is that, yes, we are seeing more special use permits because these are things that need to be put up here in this northern, northwest area. And it basically runs from North Carson Street from about, we've looked at this, and it's from Hot Springs Road north. And you're going to see a lot of retail commercial in there when you start looking at the actual zoning. So this is something that I would like to see that this board is able to address this, because no other area has this much specific retail commercial. And that's why I believe that we are seeing so many special use permits. That said, because the hospital is retail commercial, because this is adjacent to retail, that this property is actually a consistent type of a use, I look at this and say, this makes sense. This makes sense because our medical is all going towards the northwest side of our town. And in congregate care, they need to actually have access to hospitals too. So this to me is important. And like I said, I think that the problem with seeing so many special use permits has to do with the restrictive retail commercial zoning. So, any other comments? Commissioner Perry?
Yeah, I was reviewing some of the commercial zoning districts here. And I'll ask Heather if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think there is a commercial zoning district that would have a congregate care facility that wasn't a special use permit. It's not enabled in any of them because it's a big enough thing and it has a big enough, and that's really the purpose of a special use permit. Is they're allowed in some zoning districts, but with a process like we're going through right now. If this was something else that was in retail commercial that was enabled already there, we wouldn't be having this meeting. It would be automatic going through. So correct me if I'm wrong on that, Heather.
Thank you, Commissioner Perry. I won't correct you. That's exactly right. So the retail commercial, while that's the zoning district, the list of allowed uses are under that retail commercial district. And so for a use like congregate care that may have some unique or different impacts than a general, commercial development, that's where the special use permit would be required. And it's not that it's inappropriate, it's just that it has a higher level of review. So it comes before the Planning Commission for that approval. And then to also clarify, special use permits are not for a temporary use. It's actually intended to be permanent. So if a special use permit is granted by the Planning Commission, that gives the applicant the ability to develop that project. And then once the project has been developed, that use gets to continue on. So it is essentially of a permanent nature once established. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Further? Okay. Right, want to entertain a motion, or do you like to discuss further?
Where is it?
Madam Chairman, since I made the amendment, I move to approve special use permit LU 2022-0326 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report, with the addition in item number 5 of saying prior to the approval of the permit to construct the caregiver apartments, and the rest remains the same.
Condition number 6 is also related to the same thing. So did you want to modify both?
Yes, and
Okay, thank you.
condition number 6 also, same wording. And that's my motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay,
I
and-
don't believe that it actually fulfills the need for an SUP. I think that it kind of contradicts as far as some of the classifications it's fine underneath. It's including some that were mentioned by the person that made statements. And that would be sewer, water, detriment to businesses around it, the freeway. There's many issues with traffic, with water, with sewage. That's a lot of triggers. I think that it's under very close consideration, and I appreciate everyone, but I just disagree.
No problem. Thank you. The motion passes. Okay.
Madam Chair, was that a 4-1 vote? Yes. Just confirming 4-1 with 2 absent. Thank you.
4-1 with 2 absent, correct. Okay, continuing on to item 14C, LU 2022-491 for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding an application from Robert and Lorna Koklich. Okay, applicant for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for the construction of an accessory structure with a cumulative square footage of more than 75% of the square footage of the primary structure on property zone single-family acre 1, SF1A, located at 1896 Quail Lane, assessor parcel number APN 0109708. And Heather.
Thank you. Heather Ferris for the record. The subject parcel is approximately 2 acres in size and zoned single-family 1 acre. The applicant is proposing to construct a 2,688 square foot barn. Accessory structures such as barns are permitted in the single-family 1 acre zoning. However, per 1805055 of the municipal code, a special use permit is required if the cumulative square footage of the accessory structures on site is more than 75% of the square footage of the primary structure. There's already a 1,360 square foot detached garage on site. Therefore, the total square footage of the accessory structures will be 4,048 square feet, or 79.26% of the primary structure. There are 7 findings of fact the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve a special use permit. Staff was able to make all 7 findings and is recommending approval, subject to the conditions that are included in your staff report. I'm available for questions, and Mike Rayleigh is here representing the project.
Hello, Mr. Rayleigh. Do you accept the conditions?
Good afternoon. Yeah, for the record, Mike Rayleigh, yes, we're in agreement with all the conditions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
The revision of Title 18 that's currently in the works, we talked about barns and accessory structures, and I believe one of the recommendations was that we took barns out. But my original question is, in the Title 18 revision that we're still processing, is there anything of significance that would have changed this application?
No, based on the size of the structures.
Okay, and not the use?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for staff.
Commissioner Eswin?
So just to clarify, if the existing detached garage were attached to the house, then we wouldn't even be in this discussion, would we?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the applicant. And by the way, this one took me to a part of the city I'd never been and never knew about, because it's way out there.
It is.
So what are you going to put in this? What's the purpose of it?
It's primarily for storage, for lawn equipment, that sort of thing, and the intent is to ultimately park an RV inside.
Okay, so you're not gonna finish it out to be an apartment and rent it?
No, in fact, it doesn't have any plumbing. The only plumbing is a fire sprinkler system that's required by the fire department, but there's no fixtures. It just has lighting, and it will be heated with a Resner type furnace, but there's no fixtures proposed.
Perfect, thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'd like to bring that back to the board for a motion.
If you're ready for a motion, I'll give a go at this one. I approve the special use permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report for item number LU 2022-0491.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now we go on to item D. Agenda title for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, concerning a request from Carson City applicant for the proposed ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning from public regional PR to retail commercial RC for the parcel located at 775 Flushman Way, Assessor's Parcel Number APN 001-20130. Heather, it's yours again.
Thank you, Heather Ferris again. At its meeting of December 15th, 2021, the Planning Commission was provided with an update on the master plan implementation activities and reviewed and made recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on the master plan, action plan, and other master plan related matters. At its meeting of January 20th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors accepted the 2021 master plan report from the Planning Commission and identified the subject parcel as appropriate for consideration of a mapping correction. This property was at one time owned by Carson City and the Carson Tahoe Hospital, which was a county hospital, and was a site for the hospital. The property is no longer owned by the city, and today the on-site uses include a behavioral health center, continuing care hospital, and outpatient services. It does have a master plan of mixed-use residential. However, the PR zoning is no longer appropriate since a public agency no longer owns the parcel. The proposed amendment to retail commercial would make the zoning consistent with the current ownership of the property and would also create consistency between the zoning and the master plan. I would note staff is recommending retail commercial because it's the least intensive zoning district in which a hospital may be located outside of the public zoning districts. And it's consistent with the Carson Tahoe Hospital located at the north end of the city. However, the residential office zoning might provide for a better neighborhood compatibility, but it would result in a nonconformity with the existing on-site use of the hospital, as a hospital is not in the list of allowable uses in the residential office zoning district. So there are three findings of fact that the Planning Commission and board must make in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning map amendment. Staff was able to make all findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. We have received one comment letter, which is included in your late material. And with that, that completes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Heather, I have a question for you, because the fact is this is such a unique area. And I go back to when it was originally the hospital and the little one-story red bricked one. because we had the first two houses on Tahoe Drive. So I'm looking at this going, okay. My concern, and I think a lot of concerns, is that in the event that this ownership decides to make this a obsolete use, that it would remain as retail commercial. And retail commercial would actually open it up to things that I do not believe that it's compatible with the neighborhood. And the question would be is, would it be better to actually do the non-conforming use?
So I think that's something that the Planning Commission has to weigh. From a functionality standpoint, if it becomes a non-conforming use, they could still expand their current use on site, subject to a special use permit. There is that ability within the code. When the board was looking at all of these at the beginning of the year, the direction was kind of make it as conforming as you can. I think that you guys could recommend, without having to renotice anything, because it's less intense. If you feel more comfortable with the residential office, you could recommend that.
Chairman Kilgore?
Kilgore for the record. I was just curious, when was the last time that this, or if it ever was rezoned, and from what?
I would have to go back, but it was prior to 2011.
Commissioner Borders?
Heather, the little piece of property on the right-hand side, the 0131, the last little piece, it's not included in either one of these?
Park. Is Treadway Park. It's owned
Is it
by the
the
city.
park?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna leave that as parkland then?
Correct.
Okay. That answered my question as to why we did that. All right, thank you. If you'd like a comment, I personally don't have a problem with zoning and residential office with a non-conforming use. But I also think that we're gonna look at that house across the street, and we're gonna make some recommendations on that also. So I think we need to start keeping all of these in mind as we start looking at them.
Exactly.
But I can understand the concern about making it retail commercial. Because you don't want that to be a business center in a residential area like it is. But, and personally, it doesn't bother me that the hospital is quote non-conforming. And I think it's still within the scope of what we're doing.
Yes, I think you can make the recommendation to residential office. It's a less intense zoning district than what was advertised, which is retail commercial. And I think that recommendation can go forward to the board without any additional noticing or hearings here at the Planning Commission.
Commissioner Perry?
Yeah, so the crux of the issue really is there isn't a good zoning district. And, you know, going through these, I'm sitting here looking at them thinking, okay, what fits here in commercial zoning? But at the same time, I do understand that, you know, it's currently public regional, which by definition in zoning says it has to be owned by the public, and it no longer is. So it does need to be cleaned up. So really, it comes down to which one of these is the closest fit, because there isn't one that's a perfect fit for medical offices. It's not a hospital anymore, right? It's medical offices, basically.
It's a continuing care hospital.
It is, so
And-
it is.
and
It
there's
is
other
classified
medical
continuing care
on site as
hospital.
well.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with residential office either. It's non-conforming, but at least it can't go beyond that if there's concern by the neighbors. I don't like doing things like that to make something non-conforming, but sometimes you have to do an exception. So, okay, thanks.
I agree strongly. I think that non-conforming is the best use in this case, as was discussed among all of us. I think that that's the best situation, and for the public, of course, protect the locals.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Public
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry, public comment. Sorry about that, guys.
Betsy Strasburg. I thoroughly agree with all of you on this one because I live on the corner of Tahoe and Mountain, so I go through that all the time, and it is primarily residential and residential office, including the Anderson Ranch, which is under development. And as the staff said, that it is it could be a residential office by doing a residential, retail commercial. It brings in all kinds of unnecessary discontinuity with the current environment. So I'd like to thank all of you for your consideration. Thank you.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, Vice Chair and Committee, Commissioners. I want to just ditto that very much and appreciate your consideration in that affair. I could go down the whole bunch and say, I just don't want the zoning to be not thought of when it's done as to the impact it will make on the area around it. Thank you very much.
I have a list of things that, pardon me, my name is Richard Nagel, for the record, resident of Carson City. I have a list of things that was given to me by a friend to read for her, but upon hearing your comments, I appreciate the regional office aspect of it because that's what she wants, and I won't waste your time with 5 minutes of reading her statements of what why it doesn't fit. But again, I think that we need to really look at this, and I appreciate it. Your thoughts on making it regional office. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ed Barrington. I submitted a comment to the city yesterday, so I don't know if you guys have that up there or not. If you do, I probably won't go ahead and read what I wrote. But yes, I had the, was it residential office? Is that what the suggestion is? I hadn't entered that into my thinking at that time, but yeah, because my final thing was I think it should stay public regional, but the residential office would be acceptable too. Just strongly object to retail commercial there. So if you already have my notes, that's all I have to say.
Any further comment? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll turn that on.
Commissioner Perry?
Can I ask one question then? So if we zone this to residential office, do we have to go back and do a conditional use permit, or is the non-conforming use grandfathered in?
It would become a non-conforming use. They can continue that use. If they cease the use for more than a year, then they can no longer continue the use. But if they were to expand the use, they would have to obtain a special use permit to expand the use.
Give me an example of that, expand the use.
If they wanted to increase the size of their building.
Okay, so additional building would trigger an SUP. Okay, thanks.
And I would note, if you're going to go with residential office, I think we need to take a look at finding number 2 that's in the staff report and make sure that we clarify that you're recommending residential office because it is least impactful and most compatible with the neighborhood.
Finding number 2?
That's correct. We would eliminate reference to, right.
Madam Chair, finding number 2 is concerning land use compatibility with existing adjacent land uses. So I think based on the discussion I've heard, what I hear the commission saying is that you're recommending the residential office zoning district to meet finding 2 because you believe it will create for land use compatibility in the future. And if that's correct, I think the record can reflect that.
Okay, because I think that's basically the consensus.
When we make a motion, we'll point to you and you can say that for the record. And then we'll have it.
Commissioner Perry, are you going to make the motion?
I
and point?
will. I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA 2022-0501 with the parcel as being rezoned from public regional to residential office.
In order to meet finding number 2.
In order to meet, yes, finding number 2. And additionally, the following language will replace what finding number 2 has in it. Hope?
I think you don't have to go that in depth.
Nope.
The motion can be a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to rezone the property to residential office based on the ability to make the required findings as discussed by the Planning Commission.
So does that work for a motion?
I'll second. Aye.
Oh,
Yes, that works for a motion.
and it would approve to none opposed. Item number 14E. For possible action, discussion and possible action regarding recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board concerning a request from Carson City applicant for proposed ordinance amending zoning map to change zoning from public community PC to single family 6,000 SF6 for the parcel located at 700 Fleshman Way. Assessor's parcel number APN 001-041-20. Heather.
Heather Ferris again for the record. This request is also generated as a result of the 2021 Master Plan Annual Report and identified as appropriate for consideration of mapping corrections. The subject property was at one time owned by Carson City and Carson Tahoe Hospital. It was utilized as a hospitality house for families of patients undergoing treatment. The master plan is medium-density residential. The current zoning is PC. And the parcel is no longer publicly owned, and the on-site use is a single-family residence. The proposed amendment to single-family 6,000 will be consistent with the current use and ownership of the property, as well as consistent with other homes in the area. The Planning Commission will make recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and there are 3 findings of fact that the Planning Commission and Board must make in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning map amendment. Staff has made all 3 findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. We did receive 1 written public comment from the property owner. He's not in favor of the amendment. The letter is included in your late material, and I'm available for questions.
Question, is it appropriate to ask the landowner to come up?
Heather,
If you,
excuse me, I have a question also, but go ahead and answer that.
if you have a question for him, I'm sure he'll provide comment under public comment as well.
My question is because this was zoned public community and it's no longer held by the public, we have to zone it something.
Yeah, it should be zoned something
It
else.
should be zoned something else.
Yes, and
And the
based
question
on,
is, what's the best something else?
right.
Okay.
I noticed in Mr. Barrington's letter that he's concerned that the rezoning may change the way his property is considered, and can you address that?
Are you referring to his comments about his detached
Yes.
shed?
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any commercial activity going on there. If it's utilized just for his own purposes, it's considered an accessory structure. If it has a separate meter, that's not an issue with us. It's an existing use that was constructed legally and is, as long as it's being used legally today, then we don't have an issue.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore?
My question is with his statement as well that has to do with his property taxes. He says he's been paying the single-family zoning. Would that be higher or lower than the taxes that will be presented for when it is rezoned to the suggestion?
My assumption is that his taxes won't change because taxes are usually based on the actual use of the land, not the zoning.
Just to reinforce what Heather Ferris, the planning manager, just said, she's exactly right. And you all will recall this when you had that guest house, that there was a question whether it was a guest house or a principal residence. And the applicant or the appellant in that case brought up the assessor's records. And during that meeting, it was vetted that the assessor goes out and makes an observation. The assessor will observe how the land's being used and will tax the property accordingly. The assessor does not look at what was lawfully there, and I'm not implying anything's unlawful here, I'm just reminding you of that conversation. So the tax assessor will assess taxes based on observed land use.
Any other questions for Heather? Okay, Commissioner Perry?
Thank you. Not for Heather, but I was wondering, is Mr. Barrington here? Right here? Can we have him come up and answer some questions? He's not the applicant, I realize, but he's the one that's impacted.
He's affected, and I just feel
Yeah.
kind of funny under public comment when it really is him we're discussing.
Yeah.
So please come.
We want to discuss you. So reading your letter here, and I mean, I'm kind of familiar because I remember this property. It's across the street from the backup generator set that we approved. And I see when I visited that big wall thing is in there now. Did that get rid of the sound?
That did a good job. I would
Good.
like to compliment the contractor, North Star, on how well they did.
Oh, yeah, turn it on.
I'll get it up here.
And can you identify yourself again, please?
Ed Barrington, and I'm the owner at 700 Fleischman Way.
Well, that's good to hear we did something good.
Yeah, they did a good job of constructing that. It seems to have resolved it. I know that they were out testing it. The company that was hired, to do that consulting. I would like to find out what their results were on those tests, if I could, and mainly because if I ever do resell the property, I want to be able to say that they're in compliant. I don't want to.
It would be a lot easier for you to resell the property if it was rezoned to residential. So
I was thinking maybe residential office. I haven't had an opportunity to discuss any of this stuff. It just kind of was got a letter saying they're going to be rezoned. I know that you've talked with me about it in the past. I've owned the property since 2014, so I guess that's like almost 9 years. And I didn't see any purpose of changing it at all. I'm understanding now that you more or less have to, but you haven't had to over 9 years that I've had it. Well, I don't know when the hospital sold it or when it was no longer public. But my point is, I might want to look at a different type of zoning than residential. I haven't really had the opportunity to have the discussion of any other options, but if the hospital's gonna be residential office, why not mine?
Are you running a commercial business there?
I am not.
That's why.
Well, I have the potential to. I'm a licensed contractor. I've always had my office in my house. I've never rented it out, but I'm not saying I want to just let that option go away either.
And you have two power hookups, right?
I do,
Is that
yes.
one, so you're paying two power bills, right?
Correct.
Is there anybody living in the other one?
No,
It's just your garage?
it's a garage,
Yeah.
and I thought about getting a special use permit or something along those lines for living quarters. But after reviewing how the house, that building was constructed, I don't believe the foundation would, I think there would be more to it than it was worth to me. So I'd always just figured to keep it as the use that it is, which is a shop. Apparently, they were using it as an office too, because the electrical, I mean, it's all been upgraded inside, sheetrocked and a partition through it. You couldn't park a car in there, never could. I mean, I haven't changed that since I bought it. But the point is, it has the potential of being more than just a shop. And that was why I was interested in buying the property in the first place. One of the reasons.
Excuse me, Mr. Barrington, but at that time it was a non-conforming use. So it was not residential. I mean, although you bought it as a residential home, and that's what you bought it as, you didn't buy it as a commercial operation. As the hospital, when they sold the existing hospital, they sold it as a commercial operation. So that's where I think that this could be, the single family 6,000 is basically how that was initially platted. The Petersons lived in there forever. And when that property in that cul-de-sac was done, those were all single-family residential. So, I mean, I would have a difficult time turning that over to retail office or residential office at this point, because you bought it as a single-family home. That's what it was. And they didn't convey that property with the other one. So I think that's where I would have a difficulty with that. And, I would like to have some additional input from the other commissioners.
Madam Chair, if I may, just very quickly, and I've spoken with Mr. Behringer about this, and I understand he opposes this, and I know that. We've talked about it. All that said, why do we zone? Let's get back to basics for a second. What's the master plan tell us? Zoning implements our master plan. Our master plan on this zoning and this parcel is medium density residential. If we go to our master plan, it tells us what zoning districts correspond with that master plan designation. So this is a bit obvious. When you look at the maps, you look at the master plan, what is the tool you use for implementation? The tool you would use is a single family 6,000. So I think if we're going in a different direction, we need to start revisiting the master plan on this particular parcel. Thank you.
Commissioner Kilgore?
Can the zoning at all affect the value of this property? It doesn't affect the taxes, so that's why I'm asking.
I mean, if it was vacant land, you would be looking at development potential, and you'd have to rely on zoning to determine development potential on vacant land. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at a single-family house with an outbuilding, which isn't super unusual, to be honest. If we can pull up the zoning map again, you'll see it has a single-family 6,000 around it. It's on a cul-de-sac. It's at the end of the cul-de-sac. The master plan designation's medium density residential. But the short answer is, if you have vacant land, yeah, you'd look at zoning to see what development potential was of the land to figure out value.
And in which case, of course, because he's the owner, it would affect his property value.
It would, but again, with a P zoning, if we go back to what is the P zoning? The P zoning it's public. Sometimes it's public neighborhood, sometimes public regional. everything in a P zoning needs a special use permit. Why? Because what the government does is not like other things. For example, government runs jails. Government runs wastewater treatment plants. Government runs wells. Government also runs office buildings. So you don't know when the government owns land what that development will be there. That's why, because we never know what the government will build there and what the impacts of that development will be, the P says, okay, P's letting everyone know this is publicly owned land. Whatever happens here will be a special use permit. This is privately held land, so it's not appropriate to be P. So the question is, what is appropriate? And I feel strongly that the right answer in terms of zoning to implement the master plan is single family 6,000.
Commissioner Perry?
Thank you, and I do agree with that, and I understand your question, because it seemed like it was just, we just said, oh, we're gonna rezone this other one to that. Okay, but those other buildings already have parking, they already have sprinklers. If you know, we couldn't do that today because you would have to modify your building for parking and all the things that are required in that, probably sprinklers and ADA compliant and all of those things. And I don't think that's something that you want to do. I agree. This is the use has been SF6. It should be just stay as SF6. Going to make it easier for you in the long run, I think.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push the point or argue the point. I was here today mainly for the other property on the
Okay.
retail commercial, and I just thought something was going on. All of this happens right at once, and I thought, well, so it just, I'm not in opposition to it. I appreciate all your input, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to voice my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to ask for public comment, please. Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Madam Chairman, I'll move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA 2022-0497 as presented. I thank Mr. Fleischman for his comments, and I think it ought to be SF6.
Mr. Barrington, I'd like to modify that. I'm sorry. No problem. And I'll second it. Put it up for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passed. Now we have 14F, MPA for 2022-0496 for possible action. Discussion and possible action regarding a request from Carson City applicant for master plan amendment to change the master plan designation from mixed-use commercial, MUC, to medium-density residential, MDR, to MDR across the entire parcel located at the northeast corner of South Solomon Road and Colorado Street, assessor's parcel number APN 010-061-87, and a proposed resolution adopting the master plan amendment and recommending adoption of the amendment to the Board of Supervisors. Heather.
Can we also
What?
take the next item, 14G,
Okay,
together?
and consider also 14G for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors concerning a request from Carson City applicant for a proposed ordinance amending the zoning map change from the zoning limited commercial LI to single family 1 acre SF1A to single family 6,000 SF6 for the parcel located on the northeast corner of Solomon Road and Colorado Street. Assessor's parcel number APN 010-061-87. You're welcome.
Heather Ferris for the record. This request is also, again, generated as a result of the 2021 Master Plan Annual Report, and the parcel was identified as appropriate for consideration of mapping corrections. The subject property is currently vacant and has a split master plan of mixed-use commercial and medium-density residential, and split zoning of limited industrial and single-family 1 acre. The proposed amendments for the master plan to be all medium-density residential and the zoning to be all single-family 6,000 would result in uniform master plan across the entire parcel, as well as a uniform zoning district across the entire parcel. Additionally, the zoning and master plan would be consistent with one another. This would essentially result in an extension of the SF6 zoning that's just to the west and south of the property. There are 4 findings of fact that the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors must make in the affirmative in order to approve the master plan amendment, and 3 findings of fact that must be made in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning map amendment. Staff has made all findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. We've not received any written public comment regarding this item, and I'm available for questions.
Any board comment? Commissioner Borders.
I know we're gonna take up the parcel, 2 parcels to the right of this also. It just seems like to me that whole block from where we are to the storage area, to the RV park, all the way up to Fairview Drive ought to be residential SF 6,000. And then that would make the storage facility a non-conforming use again. But it just seems like to me that's a more practical way to look at all this property, because that's the way it seems to be going. And that's just a personal comment. But I think we need to continue to try and push that whole area as SF 6,000 if we can.
And I'm going to throw another caveat in there, is that I understand on anything that abuts Colorado Street or Solomon. However, when Fairview was widened before the new freeway came in, it actually has, commercial that is along that area. And so I think that anything that is on Fairview needs to remain as commercial. As far as the ones that start to encroach back towards Colorado Street and across from Jody Lane and so forth, I see that as a single family 6,000 as an infill.
Heather, the lot just to the north of this one we're talking about that's vacant, is that vacant land?
Yes,
And it would stay zone commercial, right?
it would stay zone limited industrial.
Limited industrial?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna raise my hand. Can I say something, Madam Chair? So this one was fun because there's a bunch of them and you had to park there and kind of walk around and look at it. So we're changing the master plan, or recommending a change to the master plan first of all, and then recommending a change on zoning to fix this area. Right?
Correct.
So I'm looking at the first diagram, existing master plan here, and the parcel is shown with, tan and red. Is that the master plan? Are those the colors in the master plan right there?
That's correct.
Mixed use commercial, that's the red to the north,
Yes.
and medium density residential to the south. And
Yes.
this is, the outline here is the parcel, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm trying to think, do we really need the parcel in there? We're working on the master plan. Does it really matter whether we show the parcel lines? What's the purpose of that?
Well, it's to see whether or not we're creating split zoning, split master plan.
On a parcel, that's
On a
right, split
parcel,
zoning,
yes.
okay. Split master plan boundaries, okay. And then, so the proposed master plan is mixed-use commercial, which is the red to the north,
Proposed master plan is all medium-density residential.
is all medium density, okay, so that the red there goes away, all medium density
Correct.
residential. Okay, so that's step one in this. And then step two is the zoning part of that. I almost feel like it's so confusing. We ought to take it with a baby step at a time here so that we can get, because there's 6 actions to take here, as I recall, right?
So for this item, there's 2.
2, right, and for the next item, there's 2 more.
Correct.
Okay. I gotcha, okay. All right.
Well, so, does that mean that the bottom part of the storage area is in the master plan area designated limited industrial or medium density residential?
So yeah, that's the next item, but the storage units are mixed-use commercial and medium-density residential
So
as well.
part of it is non-conforming anyway.
Correct.
That goes back to my original statement. If we made the whole thing SF6 and
Then,
made the master plan agree with it, the storage area is still non-conforming. We're not gonna solve their non-conforming problem by what we're considering.
all right?
Well, we're not on the storage unit parcel yet, so
Okay.
there's different considerations on that item.
Okay.
So I go back to, let's do this one first.
Okay. I don't have a problem with this one.
Yeah, I don't either, yeah. Looks good to me.
Heather, you don't, well, later, never mind.
I take public comment? Yep.
Is there any public comment regarding this?
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada, Chair and Supervisors. It's boggled me because, again, whatever was put there or is dependent on the master plan, which is still not completely developed, and it's going to be worked on. But that split use and such, that's fine, but that's 14E. Is that with the storage? And then you said that you were going to contain that and add it to or have it in conjunction with 14G, which is another consideration altogether. So baby steps would be great for my benefit. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other further comment? Okay, bringing it back to the board.
So if we do this just exactly the way it's outlined here on this, we just need to make this motion. Is that what we were envisioning? No changes to this for this particular one? Okay. You ready for a motion? Okay. I move to adopt resolution number 2022 PCR 7.
Commissioner Kilgore?
Sorry.
And now we put this one up for a vote. Okay, I'd like to put this up for a vote. Sorry, can't even say. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Okay,
You want the
Commissioner
second one?
Barry, please.
I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of the zoning map amendment ZA 2022-0495 as presented.
Sorry, second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Amendment passes.
Madam Chair, if we can take H and I together.
Okay. 14H MPA 2022-499 for possible action and discussion, possible action regarding a request from Carson City applicant for a master plan amendment to change the master plan designation from medium-density residential, MDR, to mixed-use commercial, MUC, located at 1700 Colorado, assessors parcel number APN 10-61-76, and a proposed resolution adopting the master plan amendment, recommending the adoption of the amendment to the Board of Supervisors, coupled with 14I ZA 2022-0500 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board concerning a request from Carson City applicant, a proposed ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning from limited industrial, LI, to single family, single family 6,000, SF6, to the general commercial, GC, for the parcel located at 1700 Colorado Street, assessors parcel number APN 010-06176.
Heather Ferris again for the record. This request, again, was generated as a result of the 2021 Master Plan Annual Report and is identified as appropriate for consideration of mapping corrections. During the discussions at the Board of Supervisors, the direction was given to try to make changes that will result in conforming uses in zoning and master plan. So the subject property is currently developed with a manufactured home park and has a master plan of medium-density residential and a split zoning of limited industrial and single-family 6,000. The existing zoning and master plan are not consistent with one another, nor are they consistent with the existing use of a manufactured home park, as a manufactured home park is not an allowed use in either one of the zoning districts. The manufactured home park was approved in 1985, and at that time, the property was zoned limited industrial and single-family 6,000 as well, and the zoning code allowed for the mobile home park in these zoning districts subject to a special use permit. Since that time, the zoning code has changed, making this a non-conforming use. Staff is recommending a mixed-use commercial master plan designation and a general commercial zoning. The proposed amendments will result in master plan and zoning that are consistent with one another and consistent with the existing on-site use, as the proposed general commercial zoning allows for a manufactured home park subject to a special use permit. There are 4 findings of fact that the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors must make in the affirmative in order to approve a master plan amendment, and 3 findings that must be made in the affirmative in order to approve a zoning map amendment. Staff has made all findings in the affirmative and is recommending approval. We have received several phone calls regarding this particular item. However, we have not received any written public comment. With that, I'm available for questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Heather. I think this map is very helpful, and what I was going to ask later on is when we're done with all these 3 parcels, that we probably don't have a map that shows what we just did. In other words, it looks like we're not solving a problem, we're just creating more. And to me, like I said earlier, this whole block looks like it ought to be medium density residential. And whatever we do with the RV park or with the mobile home park and the storage area, they're going to be non-conforming. Whatever we do, they're still going to be non-conforming. But in some of the quote discussions we've had in the past with people talking about how can you put something next to a medium residential housing development, I think we need to be more sensitive to that. And I would much rather see this remain as a medium-density residential and have it zoned as SF6 so that it's going to attach to the other zoning areas that we have instead of opening it up to mixed commercial. Because then if it goes away, then you've got commercial in an area that's probably never going to be commercial. Somebody will put more houses in there or do something because the infrastructure's there. So I think we're going in the wrong direction. I think this whole block needs to be, and I appreciate what Commissioner Preston said about those that front on Fairview Avenue, but I think this whole area ought to be identified as mixed density residential and SF6 with the non-conforming uses.
And if that's the route that ultimately the planning commission wants
Yeah.
to take, again, because we're looking at a less intensive use than what was advertised, we can make that recommendation without having to come back here.
Okay. I just, and again, I just think going to the mixed commercial and making it RC is absolutely opposite of what people are expecting, and the people that are living there, I think they would certainly be happy with SF6. I'm not sure they would be happy with commercial.
See, and I have another thought on this, guys, is that this right here is that freeway interchange. And the one thing that is missing from this freeway interchange that that creates other things is there are no, almost every one of our other freeway interchanges has at least one, possibly two, gas stations, convenience store areas. If we were to put something in here like the Maverick, whatever, Golden Gate, whatever, on this area, which is a support of the freeway, because this is a freeway entrance, then by our changing on some of these other non-conforming uses or changing it over to SF6, this opens it up so that it's no longer viable for commercial. So, I mean, that's a question. Commissioner Perry?
So I'm going to make a comment about one thing that you said, Commissioner Borders, and that is that if it's zoned to mixed use, general commercial, it's not non-conforming because a mobile home park is allowed in general commercial. Just wanted to.
It is allowed subject to a special use permit. They do
Yeah.
have a special use
If
permit.
under a special use permit, but it's not non-conforming.
That's correct.
It's not like it is now where it's
But we're
industrial.
recommending mixed commercial, not.
The
No, that's in the
recommendation-
master plan, mixed use commercial, the zoning is
Okay.
general commercial.
All right.
I'm going to suggest that the commission look at the master plan all by itself on this. I think it's going to make the zoning easier to figure out. And just decide what your recommendation will be to the Board of Supervisors. Right now, you have medium density residential. Is that the right answer? Or do you think it should be something else? Should it be commercial? And just stay on that topic because the zoning is implementing the master plan. So if you stay with master plan, then you can get to zoning.
Well,
Let's take kind of a consensus of the board.
Well, we've just created a medium density residential over on the left-hand side.
Understand that, but in between there is a storage units and other industrial.
Yeah, and
So-
it's mixed with mixed residential and whatever, and we're gonna consider it later also. And it's got its own, the recommendation is to go to mixed-use commercial. So that would make this lot and the mobile home park both mixed-use commercial. And then that would make so we just have the one residential block. I guess I could go with that. That's why I'm asking if we had it would be helpful if we had a map that showed all three of them together and what we were talking about. But
Can you pull up the master plan? No, not from there, okay. To show what that actually looks like.
Well, the master plan, the current master plan is in the photo on the left of the screen.
That's what it looks like now. So it's got the residential that goes right up, so it sort of leaves a hole there, I think. That's what it is.
Heather, can I ask a question? Is the only zoning district that mobile home parks are allowed in, even with the special use permit, the general commercial?
Retail commercial, general commercial, and mobile home park. And the mobile home park zoning is consistent with the high-density residential master plan.
So theoretically, we could just redo this to high-density residential. And that way it would be a conforming use within the master plan. And have the zoning be mobile home
Yes,
park.
so, I mean, you could, in looking at this, I was, I think I was looking more to make things consistent and not have spot zoning in an area. So I was trying to look at the area as a whole.
Right.
And what could make that parcel consistent, without having a big spot of high-density residential in the middle.
No, I understand that. I guess this is just a comment and an observation that, we treat mobile home parks as these somehow, I don't know what to call them, but they're housing, it's residential development, and I think we should consider them as residential in all, in all ways, and not try to isolate them in a particular zoning district by having a mobile home park designation. That's just a comment.
Heather, in the piece we just did, that's a vacant piece of land. Is there a proposed project for that land that we know of?
There's no proposed project for any of these.
So if you look at the master plan, then it would appear to be that whole block then ought to be mixed-use commercial, or instead of medium-high density.
It could go either way.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Oh, sorry.
Again, I'd like to go ahead and kind of look at the board to see where we're at with this, because personally, I would much rather keep all of it as mixed-use commercial and have the mobile home park be a non-conforming use. Or if it's approved in commercial, then it would be conforming and it would be just covering it, but
Well, if that's the case, then we might ought to go undo what we did.
Yeah,
Make
that's
it
what I'm
all-
wondering too.
And make it all mixed-use commercial. If there's nothing there,
Mm-hmm.
if we make it all mixed-use commercial, it seems to fill in all the squares with the least amount of objection. Oh my God, they're talking over there. So, you know, that would seem to me to be the least obtrusive of all the things we're trying to do. I was originally considering the concern of the RV park, but if it's a conditional use or in mixed-use commercial, then maybe Commissioner Preston's right. Maybe it all ought to be mixed-use commercial.
Question for our DAG. Can we do a do-over?
Yes, you can. So, I don't know that you have to formally rescind, but what you can do is you can reopen the items and then revote and specify that you're in the motion. The motion would be to, basically rescind what you just did and then move to establish it as mixed-use commercial, if I'm hearing correctly.
Is that the desire of the board?
Well, right now, I'm not so hard over on SF6, but I think if we did that, we could take that whole block then and make the whole thing in the master plan as mixed-use commercial and eliminate any questions about spot zoning or anything else, and makes it a lot more simpler, I think.
Can you run that by me one more time?
I'm just saying that, like you said earlier, we can go back and amend what we did.
Correct.
And the other two items we're still yet to consider, and one of the considerations is to make them all mixed-use commercial. I think if we did that, that would make that whole block, would eliminate spot zoning. It would satisfy a lot of the other areas and make the master plan more consistent. It just seemed to me like that might work better.
Right. And if that's what you're proposing to do, what I'd request is that we take just a 5-minute break so that I can talk with Hope real quick and map this out on how you'd move forward.
Okay. That would be the way I would like to go if that's.
Okay, and how about Commissioner Kilgore and Commissioner Perry? How do you feel about this?
I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying this entire block is in the master plan, mixed-use commercial.
Yep.
And then zone it that way. Okay, the only concern I have is this is residential down here, and right now, this is residential up there. Is that group of people there gonna be happy with all of a sudden, across the street, they got rezoned mixed-use commercial when it was residential before?
Well, we were just talking about the master plan amendments, not the zoning.
The master plan I can go with, yes, that's fine, yes. The actual zoning, because it changes these people's zoning across the street from them, I would have a problem with.
Well, I wouldn't have a problem with making that all SF6.
Yeah,
With the-
right here.
Yeah.
But that's split zoning of parcels.
No, I'm talking about going north
Oh,
instead of light industrial.
oh, I see. So put it in the master plan as mixed-use commercial.
Right.
And then go back and zone the whole thing SF6.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No, well.
That's what I'm not understanding here.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if this one's taking a while, and at least one of them, depending on what you do, we'd have to re-advertise, and we do have other applicants in the audience. This has been a long meeting. It's still quite a ways to go. I'm wondering if we delay this to the very end to see if we have time for it, because and try to get through the easier stuff first, if that works.
How about January?
I mean, it actually may be.
This,
'cause
it's not like this is burning.
We have one commissioner who needs to leave shortly after 3, and
Okay.
we have applicants who have been waiting. And this is important, and it's a big agenda.
And Commissioner Perry, your comment is to some extent spot on. Some of the agenda items are worded such that you can't take the action that you're proposing to take because it's not specified in the agenda. And so for those items would have to come back in January. So either, as Hope said, if we got to this later in the meeting, perhaps we can unpack what you're proposing to do and we can detail what needs to happen from there.
I'm glad I'm partially right.
And do we need to agree on that collectively, or?
Okay.
Okay.
At the moment, what you can, it depends on what your proposed actions are. However, at the moment, what I would suggest is simply tabling this item and these items until later in the meeting, and then we can revisit them later in the meeting.
Okay, and can we table the ones that we talked about do-over to?
We can't table those technically right now because they're not open. You've taken action on them. However,
Okay.
what we can do is we can revisit them later in the meeting.
Okay, then let's go ahead and revisit them later in the meeting and go further with the agenda. Yeah, we can take public comment.
Gotta turn this on. Okay. My name's Russell Clausen.
Sign in.
What's that?
Just sign in,
Oh,
please.
I'm in the concern of the, conversation with the parcel for, zoning, 20220500 at 1700, Colorado Street. I'm new at this, so I haven't been living in that area for, less than a year now and stuff like that, but there's quite a few, well over 150 different residents there. A lot of people are concerned about it being commercial and what that would mean for a residential community. So I'm not sure exactly where I'm going and everything with this conversation, but you were talking about saying that all freeway entrances and exits need to have some kind of a commercial structure for the freeway. And if that is what's going to happen when and if it is zoned for commercial, then that's going to put a lot of people in a, mobile home area, displaced. If you have half of by what the master plan was showing up. So I guess my question is that, if the master plan is showing or talking about having it as a SF6 or what would be the multi-use one, then why does it even need to be changed to and rezoned to a general commercial? So that's the consideration I think the board needs to look at is that, does it have to have that designation against the master plan already? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Based on the conversation, I'm going to suggest that you rescind your action on 14E and 14E and 14F, and that you continue items 14E, F, G, H, I, and J, I think.
It's 14 F, G, H, I, J, and K.
K to the meeting in January, because I think you've got enough here to take you through the afternoon.
I agree, and I think sugar levels are going down. Okay, so we are rescinding,
I would make a motion
okay,
to rescind the previous action on item 14F and 14G.
That's E.
No,
It's F and G.
F and G.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to continue items 14F, 14G, 14I, 14K, 14H, and 14I. I did that backwards, but until the January meeting of the Planning Commission.
I think 14J is included in that motion too.
Didn't I say that? 14J and K.
And to be clear, that would be a continuation to the meeting of January 25th, 2022.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Okay, thank you.
14F until 14J.
Yeah.
14F
Thank
through
you.
14K.
Okay.
All righty. Are we ready for 14L?
Yeah.
Okay. 14L, LU 2022-0431 for possible action and discussion and possible action regarding an application from Carson City Holdings LLC applicant for a special use permit, SUP, to allow for a brewery with a tasting room on property zoned tourist commercial, TC, located at 1588 Old Hot Springs Road, Assessor's Parcel Number APN 008-12323. Heather.
Heather Ferris again for the record. As I'm sure you recall, earlier this year, you considered a request to amend the zoning code to allow a brewery with a tasting room in the tourist commercial zoning district, subject to a special use permit. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors did adopt that ordinance at their November 17th, 2022 meeting. The applicant is proposing now to establish a brewery with a tasting room on the subject parcel, which is approximately 4 acres in size and zoned tourist commercial. As I noted, the brewery with the tasting room is now a conditional use in the TC zoning, so they're requesting the special use permit. The project includes the conversion of the existing 5,000 square foot warehouse building into a brewery, including fermentation, canning, storage, and refrigeration, as well as a small tasting room, approximately 250 square feet in size. Parking will be required to be provided on site at a ratio of 1 space per 150 square feet for the tasting room and 1 space per 1,000 square feet plus 1 space per employee for the brewery use. Based on the proposed square footage of the uses, a minimum of 7 parking spaces is required. Currently, they're proposing 6 parking spaces. However, there is sufficient room to get that last parking space in, so they are conditioned to provide a minimum of 7 spaces. This is a floor plan that shows their proposed layout, including the tasting room. At this point, they don't have any proposed modifications to the exterior of the building. I think just general cleanup at this point with possible future plans for exterior beautification. So there are 7 findings of fact that the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve the special use permit. Staff was able to make all 7 findings and is recommending approval subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report. Ms. Shellhammer is here representing the project, and I'm available for questions.
Good morning. Have you looked at the conditions of approval, and do you accept them?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold. Yes, yeah, we do accept all the conditions. Nilza Shellhammer, I'm the manager at the Carson Hot Springs.
And Mr. Commissioner Perry?
So this is Shoe Tree Brewing, right?
Yes.
Right? They're on the other side. They have their place over there that I go into and fill my growler up. And they want to expand. I'm trying to understand from a business standpoint. They want to expand by adding that warehouse up there and turning that into a brew pub facility.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So are they going to run two of them? Or are they expanding because they got to make more beer? I'm kind of just curious what the business,
Yeah, expanding.
expanding.
Yeah, because where you go, it's pretty much like a bar,
Yep.
and it's very small. There's, yeah,
So is it going to be a
What about-
restaurant too?
no,
Tasting room and restaurant? Just a tasting room?
just a tasting room. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so they want to expand. Are they going to continue to have the other one
Because
open?
They need room for canning as well.
Ah, okay. So it's going to be a production facility.
Small micro brewery. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Great. Well, it's good to hear they're expanding.
Yeah. It's really busy over there.
I have a question on this because I know you guys have a neat operation out there. So are you going to be moving all of your brewery operations to the 5,000 square foot building and utilizing the existing just for more? I think the thing that's throwing me off here is this parcel we have revisited over and over and over again in the last couple of years. And it's gone from industrial to mobile home to tourist commercial and all sorts of things. But one of the things that property had that was really unique is it had its own wells and so forth. Is this going to be, are you brewing off of city water? That's, I think, where I need to know.
Yes.
So, yes, everybody's shaking their head, yes, I'll answer for them.
Yes, it's not going to be hot spring water.
Okay, next question is what kind of capacity does a brewery take? I mean, because we've been talking about the 15,000 gallons, the 12,000 gallons, the 7,000 gallons. So I'm just wondering, what kind of water capacity are you looking at?
We have the information in the application. I don't have it off the top of my head. They did not trigger growth management.
Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Heather, is the parking lot in front of this building going to be paved?
They are going to be required to pave it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other board members have any questions? The applicant?
Nope.
No? Okay, then we have to go for public comment, please.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you, Chair and supervisors. I was just wondering, with all this land that I'm seeing, that the parking is an issue for you as far, or I should not say, was stated as just being shy of the amount that would be required, and that area would be achievable by using the bit of property that they were contesting for. My thing is, are they planning to have any, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to make it personal. Is there going to be any residence for security or any kind of living structure or dwelling on the property? Because I think that would be a good idea, but that's just me. And so my thing about the parking, is there going to be handicap parking required? Is that one of the requirements on that at all?
That will be reviewed at the building permit stage.
Thank you very much.
You looking for a job?
Well, security is in my backpack too. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, bringing it back to the board. For a motion?
Madam Chair, we have an answer for the water
Oh, I'm
usage.
sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, so it's the cumulative with the proposals 1,218 gallons per day.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve special use permit LU-2022-0431 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval outlined in the staff report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, who seconded?
Kilgore.
Kilgore.
Commissioner
Thank
Kilgore.
you. No, I heard it. I just didn't recognize the voice. Thank you.
Okay, continuing on, item number 14M, LU 2022-0438 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding an application from Tanamera Construction, applicant for a special use permit, SUP, for multifamily residential development on the properties within Lampa Ranch North specific plan area, zoned multifamily apartment, specific plan area, MFA, SPA, and single-family residential 6,000, specific plan area, SF6 SPA, located west of Airport Road to the east of Interstate 580, and generally to the south of Minlow Drive, assessors parcels numbers APN 101-741-02 and 03. Heather.
Thank you. For the record, Heather Manzo. And so this special use permit is not, you've seen a few in the past. This is a special use permit to request the use that's allowed in one of the zoning districts to be applied across the entire site when a site is split zoned. So in this case, you've got the multifamily apartment and the single-family 6,000 zoning assigned to the site, and multifamily residential is allowed within the MFA district. So this SUP is to allow for that use across the whole site. And I did want to note that at the time that the Planning Commission staff report had been prepared, the applicant had made application for a merger of the lots prior to applying for the special use permit, but it hadn't been recorded yet. So in the interim between the time that the staff report was published and now, the lots have been merged and there is one parcel. This is a 24-acre site located within the Lampa Ranch North specific plan and subject to the SPA handbook standards and also the Lampa Ranch North Development Agreement. This applicant is proposing 306 multifamily residential units. In addition to that, some various buildings that include a clubhouse, a maintenance building, and some carports and garages throughout the site. In addition to this, the site is proposed to include an extension of North Lampa Lane, which is on the top right-hand side where it's circled there. That would be the northwest portion of this project. Actually just beyond that, all the way down to Airport. So this project would construct the connection of the roadway extension. And I did want to note that the picture that's on the right-hand side of the screen, that is offsite improvements that extend from the edge of the project site to the terminus of North Lampa. There's a condition of approval number 8 that required an offer for dedication of the right-of-way. The applicant is going to develop the whole right-of-way. However, a portion of that future right-of-way, the easement, is not within their site. So we did issue late material yesterday that clarified the conditions so that the applicant would be able to make the conditions of approval should another property owner not participate in the offer for dedication. So along with this project, there are multiple areas where the applicant has proposed to connect to the existing multi-use pathway. So the multi-use pathway generally runs north to south, adjacent to the freeway. That exists today, the city installed that. And so with this project, we did recommend that the applicant incorporate plans to provide connections. In this case, all of the connections are on the southernmost portion of the site. The reason being is the northern portion of the property is adjacent to right-of-way, and so that extension of North Lampa will be directly adjacent to the multi-use pathway. So further connections weren't necessary, but on the southern portion, there are essentially 4 connections to the multi-use pathway. And with that, there are also areas that are proposed to be a public use amenity. So those are areas that would be reserved for public use. Any person in the public could go to those locations for an amenity and also to to connect to the multi-use pathway. And that brings me to the Lampa Ranch North specific plan. So the specific plan, the applicant has proposed a plan that, as best they can, meets the intent and requirements for the specific plan. There's one item that the applicant was not able to produce at this time, and that is the 3-acre park that's located just to the southeast of the site. The reason being is that it's under separate ownership. So the applicant has gone through multiple major project reviews through staff over the last year or so, and has tried to engage the property owner to participate in allowing the applicant to develop the 3-acre parcel. However, at this time, the applicant has not been responsive to, the property owner has not been responsive to the applicant to allow for that to take place. So the public amenity areas that are proposed are the applicant's way of best meeting the intent of the SPA handbook without being able to produce the 3-acre park at this time. There is a section of the development agreement that's associated with the Lampa Ranch North specific plan that states that a landowner has the right to develop their property, and if it is due to non-participation of another landowner, that the applicant still has the ability to develop their site. And so there is a letter from Garrett Gordon, who is an attorney working with the applicant, that had stated that they have made every effort that they are able to acquire the ability to develop the park site and are unable to. And so they've noted that they are asking for us to consider this project in conformance with this specific plan. So in this case, there's 2 triggers in the handbook that speak to the 3-acre park. One of them is that the park planning be underway by the 100th residential unit, and that the park site come online at the 250th unit. So a condition of approval is recommended for this project that should the applicant be able to get permission to develop that park site, that they pursue that effort and go into design at that time. And the trigger is the 100th unit. So when a building permit would come in for that 100th unit, we'd be looking to the applicant to see if they've been able to make any headway with the other property owner. If not, Section 2A of the development agreement would be in place to allow for the applicant to move forward with the approved plan without that 3-acre park site. So, excuse me one moment. You've been talking all day, but my throat is dry. Okay. So moving on from that, the applicant has proposed buildings that are in compliance with the specific plan handbook. They have a maximum building height of 45 feet. They fall below that. I think the peak height is 40 feet, so the average height is actually lower than that. So what's being proposed are 3-story buildings located throughout the site with amenity features located throughout the project boundaries. The only element of the proposal that does not appear to conform to the specific plan handbook as proposed would be their garages. So what the handbook requires is articulation and vertical and horizontal relief along all walls so that we don't have flat planes that extend for more than 50 feet. So really in particular, it has to do with the backside of the garage buildings. Those will need to have some added articulation and building elements incorporated into those to conform with the handbook. Aside from that, the elevations that were provided appear to comply with the handbook requirements. And then as noted, condition 8 is recommended by staff to be modified as provided in the late material. And staff is able to make the findings based on the applicant's presented materials and they did provide also information noting that they had sent certified letters to the other property owner that's in the application materials that were provided in the packet. And so considering the applicant has done all that they have the power to do in order to try and get that park site online, staff is able to make all the special use permit findings for this request and is recommending approval. And we did not receive any public comments on this item. Thank you.
Heather, I just have a question for you. Is on all your on all of the different depictions and so forth, it doesn't really delineate that park. Are we talking about that parcel that's intersected by Airport Road?
My apologies. The park site is located to the southeast of their property, so it's that kind of puzzle piece looking piece just on the bottom right-hand side of this.
Heather, how is that zoned?
It's zoned SF6. Are you talking about the park site?
I'm talking about the park site.
It's zoned SF6, and there's a portion of it that's public. But the land use plan and the specific plan handbook requires it to be a park site.
Well, I'm just wondering if the owner has visions of grandeur about building houses in there.
It's entirely possible. I spoke with him on the phone maybe 9-10 months ago and explained from a staff perspective kind of what his obligations were. And it was after that that the applicant formally reached out to try and have those conversations. And they haven't said no, they just haven't really responded.
Well, if we remove the SF6 zoning from there, then
Madam Chair, that item's actually coming up later when we do the master plan annual report. I'm recommending master plan designations and zoning designations for the 2 park sites at Lampa to make it clear that the intent of those is parks and
okay.
recreation.
Thank you. You read
That's
my mind.
It up. You read that report so long ago.
I read a lot of reports this week.
I have a question for staff. I have a question. In looking at the drainage study, there's a map in there that indicates that a majority of this parcel is in an AE flood zone. I don't see anything in the conditions of approval requiring Clomar or Lomar on this.
Stephen Potet, Development Engineering for the record. That's because it's a requirement of the municipal code. So it's actually nested in that condition that says the project has to meet all city code and development standards. And they actually they have been working with our stormwater department on different ways to tackle that.
Okay, Steve, I remember that at one time we looked at this parcel before because we were actually looking at that, and one of our conditions was the Clomar. And that was what we were looking at, and also working with NDOT because of the impervious surface coming off towards the east on this arterial that you're talking about. So that's what I think I'm kind of thrown off.
Yeah.
So,
So to give a little context, in the past, the engineering division in particular used to have quite a few conditions that were governed by code, and we actually ended up having conversations on some of those on different projects in the past, and have since then tried to shy away from having conditions that were just governed by code anyway. So that's the background there.
I think the only drawback to that is that it doesn't encourage discussion of some issues, particularly floodplain, at the board level. And on this project, I voted against it the first time it came around, and because of the floodplain issues, and until I see something that is gonna convince me that it's not gonna have a detrimental effect on the capacity to recharge our groundwater, and I'm probably not gonna vote on this one.
Yeah, I would suggest no on this one as well, but might like to apologize to staff and fellow commissioners, the public as well. My time here is spent. I must get going. I have a child that needs to be picked up from school, so have a great day, guys.
Thank you. Now, I do still see that there still is the condition regarding the Army Corps of Engineer. But that's not what we're doing. Right.
So if I remember correctly, and I think the applicant can kind of fill in as well, there is an approved CLOMAR for this area. And so they are working within an approved map by FEMA. And so they are required to go through the LOMAR process to get that kind of trued up or finalized once construction is finalized. But in this case, I do believe there's already an existing approved CLOMAR that they'd be working under.
Hi. Can you please clarify that one, just because we have spent time on this property before? And so if any help you can put on letting us know about the FEMA, the CLOMAR, that would be great.
Sure. My name is Karen Downs. I'm with Manhard Consulting. Heather is correct. There is an existing approved CLOMAR on the property, and we would have to go through the LOMAR process after that as well. We also have a Army Corps of Engineer 404 authorization letter to go forward with this project as well for detailed questions. We also have someone here from Terraphase Engineering that did that study for specific questions on that.
Perfect. And have you read the conditions of approval?
Yes, ma'am, and we agree with the
Okay.
conditions of approval.
All right. And do you agree with those?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions of the board?
Well, Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
we spent a good part of the morning talking about floodplains and things like that. I would like to hear from the developer as to what's happening to make us feel better about the floodplain and what's going to happen out there.
Sure.
You want to call help in? That's
Go
fine.
on, phone a friend.
I think the floodplain is a big issue, so if you could make us feel better about it,
Cindy Steele, for the record, representing Terraphase Engineering. We are the hydrologic and hydraulic consultants on this project. We have reviewed the CLOMAR that has been approved by Carson City and FEMA and has been effectively reapproved by the city as part of the redesigned site plan. And our efforts to mitigate the development within the floodplain do include excavating hydraulically equivalent material from the floodplain. And we have calculated that there will be about 48,000 cubic yards of fill in the floodplain, and that material will be mitigated by 48,000 cubic yards of excavation elsewhere within the floodplain. Is there a specific question?
Okay. So does that mean that it's all, let me back up here. Can I question? Okay, so we've had a number of comments from other developments in town here where the development was partially in the floodplain. And one of the objections that some of the residents have is truck after truck after truck of fill coming in to do this, right, in areas that are residential and so forth. So when you say 48,000 cubic yards are coming from the floodplain to raise these foundations 2 feet, which is what I understood reading your report, is that all going to come from the site, or is that going to be trucked in somewhere else, from somewhere else?
I'll address that again. Karen Downs with Manhard Consulting for the record. So there, some of that will be done with final design for exactly where the fill will come from. There are sites, adjacent sites where it could come from, some on-site, some adjacent sites owned by the city, and then also some other off-site properties, again, with final design. Any construction routes would be approved by the city in there. But so some of the sites, if you can see the city, you can almost see the property to the east would be a city site, close, adjacent to the site for some of that fill. Thank you. And then also, Chris also has a map that shows the proposed kind of cut and fill exhibit.
Thought I could get away without talking. For the record, Chris Baker, Manhard Consulting. Yeah, a little context here. I think what Paul was referring to, there was a previous approval on the project. That approval required a condition of amendment to achieve a CLOMAR. The CLOMAR was achieved. FEMA approved that. The project has since been modified, so the CLOMAR has determined to still be relevant by city staff, but we would need a LOMAR to amend it because the grading has changed, a little bit. So we don't have to go through the CLOMAR process. Therefore, as Stephen was alluding to, we don't have a condition for that. They feel like that's covered by their general consistency with code. We do just have to shore up the fact that the modifications are consistent under the LOMAR process. Commissioner Perry brought up a good point. So as part of this, we have a base flood elevation, right? This is in zone AE. So the base flood elevation, the requirement in that is that the buildings themselves, the foundations have to be brought 2 foot above that base elevation. So we're not talking about a whole bunch of fill throughout the whole site. The areas that we're talking about that have to be brought up are the buildings themselves. The rest of the stuff really kind of functions as, we're talking about, maybe 0 to 1 to 2 foot brought up. So those low areas are going to convey water through the site. But when we're talking about these fill areas, we are talking about just the building footprints themselves. And we're not talking about a huge amount. The base flood elevation in many cases is 2 to 4 feet of fill for those buildings themselves. So I do have a map that displays that. I don't have it. I may have it digitally also. It'll probably help. Thanks for your patience. Yep. Okay, so what you're looking at here, the color-coded areas, so what you're seeing there, and realistically in the light blue, is areas of fill of less than 6 feet. And more than 4 feet. So really those correspond with most of the building pads. The areas in the purple are 0 to 2 feet, and the areas in the dark blue are 2 to 4 feet. So when we're talking about material brought in, we're not talking about a huge amount over the entire site. Usually when you talk about fills triggering entitlement, you're looking at 10 plus, areas of 10 plus. And then as far as the other requirement to offset the flood mitigation, that's anywhere along the course. So as Karen pointed out, it could be on the site, it could be adjacent to the site, And we've also discussed areas upstream that are city-owned properties. So I understand trucking routes and things. We haven't determined where all that material is coming from. It will ultimately determine how the project's phased, how much can be done on site, and how much can be borrowed immediately adjacent to the site. So hopefully that answers your questions. Sometimes I find a picture kind of does it better than anything.
This is Stephen with Development Engineering. Might be able to add a little bit to the discussion. So on the trucking route piece of it, 5th Street is a minor arterial. Airport and Bud are both minor collectors. So just something to keep in mind. And then in discussing this area with Rob Fellows, our chief stormwater engineer, this particular flood zone is a backwater effect. So what's going on is as the flood is moving from west to east, there is a point at Airport Road where the flow actually bottlenecks. So there's a channel that cuts across the public works land right there. So one of the potential locations for excavating is along that channel, which would increase the capacity of the flow of that channel and reduce the bottleneck. And it would actually help on a more regional level rather than just, this specific project. So I don't know if that helps.
So you're saying we're not giving away our dirt. We're going to go ahead and get rid of our dirt in order to facilitate the drainage?
Correct. Yeah, it's one of the potential options.
I think we're going to call for public comment. Karen, is there something else you wanted to add?
The only thing I would like to add is we do have a presentation on the whole project, if you would like to hear that as well, at any time.
Chuck?
Don't care.
Huh? Would you guys like to see the entire project for the presentation?
I don't think it's necessary.
No, I don't think so.
We have a lot of information, thank you.
No, and you did a great presentation that I think we've all reviewed, so.
Denny French, Carson City. Thank you. I am so heartbroken about this whole thing. I don't want to see it at all, but since it is happening, I would like to discuss my concerns about the floodplain considerations and the specifics of that area. If you see it, the idea of pulling this from that and that from here and there from there, that area is a very delicate and a considerate special place to me. And it's heartbreaking that development's even going in there. It had a purpose and it was serving it well, but it's a private property. So getting off of that and having you all have covered the floodplain considerations, I'm really upset that we're gonna allow somebody that had the opportunity to take a look at what they had as far as property and designed it not to have that public amenity considered into it. I mean, that's because they weren't there. They haven't been there. I don't know who designed it or whatever, but it's a bunch of buildings that they've configured on the property without considering that. And therefore, they're looking towards a neighbor to comply with them to sort of share it, sort of like sharing your other issues with a neighbor so that you can get by with something that you were required to do yourself. And I don't think that's right. So that might be a minimal consideration, but it's a big one to me. They've had time to develop this. They have well-educated and thoughtful architects, and they didn't figure this in. And I think it's very important. We're losing so much at that site that was good for the community that I just don't think we should let them slip by on that. And I think we should hold them higher standard as far as what they're telling us about where they're going to get that soil. And Swan Lake and Reno situation threw it all back to the city let people build there. Everybody that built did everything under the codes and by the ordinances. And then the people had to turn around and sue the city. I don't see that happening here, but I do think that unless we're very, very careful with how we mitigate floodplain issues, the city's going to hurt for it. We're already going to hurt because of the habitat loss and different things, but we don't want to hurt for it also on a financial end since we're already getting burned on the emotional end. Thank you very much.
Any further public comment? Please do. Come in and sign up and state your name, please.
Hello? Sorry. Hi, I'm Craig Rowe, the developer of the property. You know, I just want to say that, you know, I built the Carson Hills apartments up over behind the casino and did a really good job on that particular project. And I got to tell you, we had 600 people on a waiting list when we built that because of the need for it. And we saw this opportunity here. We've done everything that we possibly can. We've been working with the Parks Department to satisfy the issue with the parks. We've offered part of the land to do that. We've got our, you know, we've got our Clomar. We've done everything that we possibly can. We work with the city. The city's been very positive in helping us work through the issues that we're having here. And I guess I'm a little, candidly, I'm trying to understand. I see some real concerns up here with regards to what we're trying to do, and we bought the land. It's entitled. It went through a specific plan to be developed. We're abiding by all of the rules to develop the property. There's been a Clomar. We've got to get a Lomar. We're doing all of the things that we're supposed to do to develop this property and to bring additional housing to the community, some quality housing to the community. And I just hope you can please have some compassion to what we're doing as well. And we're not doing anything here to try to hurt the community at all. In fact, we're going beyond the call of duty. When we had the issue with the park, we gave up part of the property and we create the trail systems. We're building a park in there for the overall community, not just for the project. And I just want to say that we're trying everything we can to do the right thing here, and we'll appreciate any support we can get from you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing,
Madam Chairman, I have a question for our attorney.
okay, please.
Hello. There are 4 members here on the board. What's a majority? What's
4.
required to pass?
4.
4? Okay. It's not a majority of those present, it's a majority of the board.
Let me, if I understand what you're asking do you have a quorum? Yes, you have a quorum, because there's 4 of you here. And your second question was how many votes do you need in favor of an item to pass it if it just requires a simple majority? And the answer to that is that you need 3 votes to pass it, because you've got 4 people here.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may make some comments about the specific plan at Lampa. We all remember before construction started at Lampa, it looked like a lake, right? There were ducks. And I think Commissioner Eswine remembers that very well too. So I appreciate everyone's concern about the water table. Every time we look at Lampa, we talk about the water table. Every time we look at Lampa, we talk about the floodplain. All that said, the specific plan was crafted to allow a diversity of housing. It wasn't crafted for land preservation. It was crafted for development. And the zoning and the master plan designations you see within the specific plan reflect that. So I want to just remind you that we have a policy document, which is the specific plan, which talks about development intent and intensity and diversity of development, including commercial components of development. And we also have zoning to implement that plan. So 100% I get what you're saying, and it comes up every time we talk about Lampa. But I think we have an obligation to fall back on the adopted policy documents that are in place that don't call for land preservation, but call for land development. Thank you.
Any other board discussion? I'd like to say something in that the reason that we brought up, and I think that both Paul and I brought it up on that Clomar, is that this was such a big discussion when this plat was originally put in here. But obviously, it had not been addressed in here for us to see that it had been addressed. So by not seeing that it's addressed, we think, oh my gosh, is that something that was maybe an oversight? So I think that that the applicant has clarified, what the steps have been, where you're going and where it needs to go. I could share with you is that my dad actually back in the 70s built what we used to call Park Terrace. And I used to look out over Green Drive. And what we used to do is we used to watch the convicts escape. So, I mean, let's be real about what this is that, this was cows and convicts. So one of the things that I want you to understand is the questions that we ask are just because there is some institutional knowledge on this board, and we have seen these projects come up before, and we are familiar with the different parcels. So it's no reflection on where we're going. So I just wanted to, clarify that. Yeah, Paul, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm just going to clarify that, I understand the need for this project, and I'm very supportive of the project. But I'm also, and I said this before, and I know Chris was here when I said it, but you can engineer anything you want. But just because you can engineer it doesn't mean that that's what should be done on a piece of property. And this was one of those parcels that I felt very strongly at the time shouldn't be developed with this intensity. You've gone through all the requirements, though, I can't find that I can't make any of the findings, so I will be approving it, but with reservation.
Rick? Anything, Commissioner Perry, Commissioner Borders?
Yeah, I'll speak first. So, and this is directed at city staff. So we're talking about 306 hookups here. Does this fit within the growth management plan, and how's that going to work? Is it all going to be this year, next year, or when they go to pull permits, or how does that? I mean, once we approve, typically it's the numbers in the growth management plan that come off, and this is a big chunk of those hookups.
So it's my understanding, Heather Manzo for the record, that the units fall off of the growth management numbers when the permit is issued. And you're right, 306 is a sizable number of units. I don't anticipate that there will be an issue with being able to approve that number of units, though, as I don't think that we've reached maximum numbers in past years.
So would this be in this fiscal year, calendar year?
I would anticipate not, and the applicant could speak more specifically. I suspect they'll do site work before they go vertical, and will take some time. Additionally, I think Carson Hills, and Mr. Rowe would know better, took about 3 years to get going, although we were able to handle the growth management piece of it in a single year, 2019.
Right.
Because honestly, we were concerned. I was concerned. And I literally called up Tanamera and said, will you pull all your permits this year so I can clear the decks for next year so I don't hit any maximums? And, but every single year we've been fine. The allowable allocations are roughly in the high 600s, I believe, and we're not even getting close. And what you'll learn when we do the master plan annual report is our housing starts are dropping way off right now.
So can we ask the applicant when he intends on pulling these, so we know what year this is gonna come out? This year, next year? Better come on up here, I'm sorry. We have to have you on record.
Sorry.
You turned it off?
Testing, yeah. Oh, Craig Rowe, over at least 24 months, probably 36 months, because we're going to obviously build it over a period of time. Start the site work later this year, hopefully, depending on economics, and then start delivering units next year and the following year. So probably a 3-year period.
Does that work in the way you think of these things? Because as I remember, we had that big spike for the apartments up there, the last ones that you did there. It was all in 1 year, 2019.
And it was in 1 year because I intervened and requested it to be that way. If I let it just pace out the way they want it, and they do a handful of buildings in year 1 and a handful in year 2, you're splitting it 300 and 300 or so on. I'm not worried about it because we don't have another big apartment complex on the books. We're doing the one on Bud Eye, that's 160 units. Lil Lane's permitted. So and right now, single-family housing starts are way down.
And our number for this year was in the 600s, right?
High 600s, yes.
Do you understand what we're talking about, Mr. Rowe?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We put a cap on that every year, so.
No, I understand.
Now, the units on Roop, what about those?
You know, I've read about them in the paper. I haven't seen activity in our office.
The question for you, Hope, is in this timeline, using the 3-year out to 3-year out timeline, is there, you think that you'll be able to get this rectified in regarding the park?
I'm not certain the city has taken a really strong or made really strong attempts to address the park. I know there's been outreach to the owner of that property. I understand the applicants had some outreach, but there is a development agreement. It affects successors in interest, and with the master plan, I propose that we designate it accordingly so that everyone's aware of the development intent there. But I mean, I for one, I know Heather Manzo's definitely reached out, but I've done absolutely no outreach on this, and we're not at a point where I'm particularly worried about it.
Thank you.
Have you, Mr. Rowe, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you to come back, okay? I mean, all these things in the growth management plan that we go through in April, May of every year, we have all these departments that come in. One of those is a school district, which isn't a, part of the city, but they are also asked, what impacts do you have in your various school districts to growth? Have you reached out to the school district on this one?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Oh, somebody behind you seems to think that she has.
Maybe you have.
So.
You could almost flip that around and ask you if you have any idea how many kids you have in your other apartment complex up in Fandango.
Karen Downs with Manhard Consulting. So the school district was part of the Lampa Ranch North specific plan, and one of the conditions of the specific plan as a whole was to provide a school site for the school district. So that letter offering that school site, and then the school district's.
That was the 10 acres that I
The 10
remember.
acre, correct.
And there, where is that? Is that on the other side of the highway?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It's directly to the west of this site.
One of my slides has a specific plan.
In addition to that, all of the property owners within the Lampa Ranch North SPA are required to provide residential units are required to provide a $1,000 per unit contribution toward the school district.
So there's an impact fee.
Yeah, there's the land, and then there's also the contribution that helps the school district to.
So would that apply to
provide that
these
service.
apartments?
Correct.
Okay.
Additionally, and Commissioner Borders is aware, the staff is in constant contact essentially with the school district, and particularly Superintendent Fueling. And we 5 years ago were panicked. We said, "Oh my gosh, where all these houses are getting built? Where are the kids going? You know, there's the school district going to rezone? What are they going to do?" Well, what everyone discovered is housing was constructed in Carson City and it didn't generate that many students. And so the school district is not concerned about capacity. Right now, their high school, and I see Joe here who's on the school board, but right now the high school is pretty close to capacity and maybe a little tight there, but the upcoming classes are smaller. And so that will work its way out, and they do have capacity right now, with the exception of the high school, but the incoming classes are smaller than the existing classes.
And the elementary enrollment's actually decreased.
Yeah, we saw that in the growth management plan population demographics, as I recall. We're all getting older and there's less kids. Okay.
Are you ready for a motion?
I'd like to call for a motion. Were you willing to make it?
Sure.
Okay.
Commissioner Borders,
Yes.
I apologize. If I may,
Okay.
on condition number 14,
I have.
Hope came to me and asked me to make sure we provide some clarifying language in there. It was a little confusing to her, which could then effectively be confusing to staff later on. So I wanted to maybe present some alternative language for you on that.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so that would be prior to the issuance of a site improvement permit, the applicant shall have plans for the following to the approval of Parks and Recreation Department. So just simplifying the who's going to be looking at it, and then there would be the 3 bullets that follow that.
And Karen, is it acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay.
You also have this one that you recommended on number 8, right?
Yes, sir.
So any motion has to include 8 and 14.
8 and 14?
Yeah. Here's 8.
Yep, I got it. All right. Madam Chairman, I'd like to move to approve special use permit LU 2022-0434 based on the ability to make the findings and subject to conditions of approval in the staff report, including the amendments to condition number 8 and 14, as stated in the record.
Call for a second. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, motion passes.
Oh my God, it's the new lady.
Yay. Now we know why Joe's here. Okay. 14 in. Are you ready for 14 in? 14 in LU 2022-0514 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding an application from Resource Concepts, Inc., RCI, for a special use permit, SUP, for a parking lot on property zoned public located at 604 West Musser, assessor's parcel number APN 003-19203. Hope.
Thank you. So Resource Concepts is a local engineering firm, and they had offices at 505 West Telegraph and 340 North Minnesota. In October 2022, there was a fire at the North Minnesota property, and I don't know if any of you saw that. It's just devastating. While that property is being rehabilitated, the firm seeking to place trailers in the parking lot at 505 West Telegraph and to utilize the back of the school district property at 604 West Musser for parking. So I put up on the screen for you kind of where everything is. So 340 North Minnesota is where the fire was. 505 Telegraph, they also have office space. So they're looking to utilize their parking lot at 505 Telegraph for some temporary office space while they do the rehabilitation at 340 North Minnesota. and then place the parking over at the school property, so it'll just shift. As the West Munster property is zoned public, as we've talked about a lot today, a special use permit is required to establish the 24-space parking area. As you know, when you look at the special use permit, you're looking at your 7 required findings of fact. Those have been reviewed in the staff report, and I have been able to make those in the affirmative. Couple things to highlight for you. This will be a temporary situation. As such, as per condition number 7, the special use permit will be good for 2 years only. I've also given up my ability to renew it, so if it has to go past 2 years, it comes back to the Planning Commission for any renewal. And Development Engineering has okayed the gravel due to the temporary nature of the improvement. So with that, I can answer questions, or Joe I'm not thinking of it, say it. Cassioppo is here. If you have, he's from RCI, if you have any questions for RCI.
Okay, Joe, could you come to the table, please?
I have a question for staff. It's on school property? the
Yes.
Parking lot?
Yes.
Why is not the school the applicant?
Because the school authorized RCI to be the applicant, but you'll see that AJ Fueling did sign the application as the property
Okay,
owner.
I just, I didn't see that, but I didn't see anything in there that said the school
Yeah, and
acknowledged the fact
they
that
also
they were.
submitted their lease agreement, but I don't think I put it into your meeting
Okay,
packet.
that's all. Thank you.
Do you agree to the conditions of approval?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And any other board questions?
Yeah, I certainly don't have a problem with this and understand it. And it was sad what happened there. But can I ask you obviously you're going to move people who were in that Minnesota Street building and you're putting in some temporaries, right, in your parking lot. So you need a parking lot. And that's why you're asking for this, right? Basically, that's what I see is going on.
That's correct. That's correct. We have a fair number of staff that are displaced. Currently, some are working from home. Some are doubling up in offices. We've created makeshift desks in the hallways. And we're bringing in portable office space to accommodate these people in the interim until we can rebuild the building. And so by doing that, we're taking up parking spaces, and the school district, since they're our adjacent neighbor, agreed to allow us to use the back part of their lot. And just for the record, there's no students on that property. That's just a training facility.
So are you going to rebuild the building the way it was or do something different? I mean, I know that's not part of this, but I think everybody's curious.
Our plan, we're planning on rebuilding the building as close as we can to what it is now. We spoke with the historic resources folks, and they would like to see it built in kind. It is in a historic district, so there's certain requirements that we have to meet. But yeah, our desire is to rebuild it as is, maybe have a few liberties inside the building, because we have to build it to modern code, so therefore some of the old infrastructure won't be in it anymore, so we can make use of that space differently.
Thank you.
Let's do so.
You have public comment first. Oops.
See? Is there any public comment?
Sorry, it's been a long day.
Seeing none, would you like to make a motion, Paul?
Yes. I move to approve LU-2022-0514 based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes.
Were you a nay vote or? Oh, oh, thank you.
There were no nays.
I just heard nay. I had to make sure.
Okay, 14-0, MPA 2022-4, gosh, I'm getting stupid here. Oh, let's start again. 14.0, MPA 2022-04 86 for possible action, discussion, and possible action regarding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors Board considering the annual master plan report. Hope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NRS 278190 requires that the Planning Commission annually makes a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding the implementation of the master plan. So that's kind of what you were doing earlier. All that stuff you looked at earlier in terms of master plan amendments, zoning map amendments, was based on a year ago's report to the board. Also, our strategic plan, which is interesting, that was adopted in September 2021. That calls for an update of the master plan with a completion date of 2025, which means pretty soon we're going to be looking at our master plan in a comprehensive way. In general, the concept of the master plan is compact, diverse development in the core surrounded by a green belt. The focus this past year has been Title 18 and mapping corrections. So you just saw a lot of mapping corrections. You've seen them kind of throughout the year. You haven't seen a lot of Title 18 this year because the DA's office has been working on that primarily. All that said, for the upcoming year, we have identified some additional mapping corrections, which I'll go through with you. First is going to be the Lampa Ranch North Specific Plan, which we just sort of talked about. So when the Lampa Ranch North Specific Plan was adopted in 2016, it was just this big ranch. Since that time, we've had subdivisions of land. Well, Section 3.1.3 of the specific plan calls for a 10-acre park on the west side, and Section 3.1.4 of the specific plan calls for a 3-acre park on the east side. So since 2016, obviously, these lots have been created. So staff suggests that the master plan designation be updated to Parks and Recreation, and that the zoning be updated to public neighborhood, so that anyone looking at these properties is aware of what the intended use is. Moving on to west end of Road Street and Bat Street, and I'm wondering if this is another part of the city that Commissioner Perry hasn't been before, but anyway, this is an interesting part of the city, and it's really interesting because it's vacant, and you go out there and there's this vacant land. And currently, the master plan calls it out as high-density residential, low-density residential, and then there's some open space in there. And the way it's configured, my best guess is that's from some tentative map that was approved at some point and never happened and expired, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me on why the open space is delineated the way it is. The zoning on the property is limited industrial, part of it, single family 12,000, and conservation reserve. So again, why do we have zoning? The point of zoning is to implement our master plan. Well, they're not syncing up. When we have medium density or high density along roads and bets, but then we go to our master plan and we have the single family 12,000 and the limited industrial, those are not implementing the master plan. Also, we go back here and we see the low density and open space on the hilly part of it for the master plan, but then we have for zoning, the medium density, which would be the single family 12,000 and the conservation reserve. So what I'm suggesting is that for the master plan, we replace the open space because I'm not really sure why it's identified as open space in the way it's delineated, and that hilly part of the property just be low-density residential, and that the zoning, where it should be high-density residential per the master plan, have a zoning district of single-family 21, which would be half-acre lots. So the low density would be rezoned to single-family 21, which would be low density, and the high-density portion be zoned multifamily apartment. So what you have, if we stay on the master plan for a second, and that's the map I have up, right now on the flat portion, you can see it's designated as high-density residential. So to implement that, I'm suggesting a zoning district of multifamily apartment. And then for the hilly part of it, where the master plan has it designated as low-density residential and open space, I'm suggesting that the master plan simply be low-density residential and the zoning be single-family 21, which would be a half-acre lot. Fleischman Way, and we just talked a lot about this with the old hospital and the house at, what was it, 700 Fleischman. Well, we also have a parking lot across from the hospital. And so right now that parking lot is zoned public regional. And so I would suggest the master plan designation there is medium density residential. So given the master plan designation is medium density residential, I would suggest that this be rezoned multifamily 6,000. Having said all that, I'm not asking you to rezone it or to make a specific recommendation on rezoning at this point. This is just part of the master plan update where we've identified some cleanup issues, so to speak. So you'll be making a recommendation on this to the board. The board will consider the master plan report. And depending on what the board says, we'll just come back to the Planning Commission with action items, much like you saw today. Moving on, the Brown Street specific plan. You'll remember a year ago, Dwight Millard, who I think owns about 60% of the land in here, requested that we revisit the Brown Street specific plan to see if its action items were actually accomplishing what it set out to accomplish. We didn't have time to do that this year, so I'm suggesting that we revisit it this year. And the idea is just to review it to determine if modifications are appropriate. Moving on to growth trends and supplemental issues. Through end of November, we had 346 housing starts. So you can see that 2018 was that Carson Hills Apartments. So that's why we had that spike there, even though it was a 3-year build out. We were able to assign all the growth management allocations to 2018. In 2022, we have the Low Lane Apartments under construction, so that gave us a little bit of a spike on multifamily. But things are really, really slowing down. In October, we had 4 housing starts, and single-family housing starts and 1 duplex. In November, we had 7 housing starts. So we're really seeing things almost come to I'm not going to say a halt, but pretty close. We're staying with the philosophy that infill's good, and that's what we've been seeing, which means we don't really have a lot of map errors, and I'm suggesting that we kind of stay the course. If we continue to look at the population and land use capacity, you can see that we still have capacity in terms of water availability as you look at as the Growth Management Commission. And then the last slide is showing construction activity with not just residential, but all types of construction. So you can see 2022 was absolutely a busy year. There's a lot of development going on, no doubt. But I really think things are slowing down. And with that, I turn it over to you.
Could you back up one? The demographer's projection in 2023, there's a spike up. Everything else is on a trend line except that, and it's an outlier.
And it may be because we got a new number. Let me revisit that and make sure it was put in properly.
Oh, it's the legislature. They're showing up again.
No, we actually just got a new number from the demographer. So I'm wondering if when she put in the new number, she didn't update other numbers.
It's just like it's an outlier right there.
Okay. No, thanks for calling that
And I
out.
don't see any reason why it should be.
Right.
And it seems like our trend line is following the demographer more than anything else. If you go back to the 2015 or 2014 and follow the trend, it's following the demographer's line, not any of the others.
This will be the first time this new demographer does the numbers. Jeff Hardcastle retired, right? Jeff was always low on every city in the state. Yeah. All right. Just share that.
That's my only question. It's an outlier and it didn't make any sense.
I agree.
Okay. On the master plan, action plan, Can we make suggestions?
Yes.
On page 4, Strategic Action 2.2C, on construction of attached or detached accessory dwelling units and they'll allow rentals of those units. Can we make that priority 1? I think it's an issue. I think we need to make sure we try and solve it.
Well, keep in mind you're recommending to the board, but you can recommend to the board they up that priority level.
Yep, I
Yes.
understand. And I'm certainly not trying to speak for everybody, but that's.
Ahead and recommend to the board that we revisit the retail commercial on the north end of town and also off to the Hot Springs area road, and so that way it conforms more with what we have heading east and heading south. Because right now it seems to be just kind of out there a little bit differently. And a lot of it has actually been addressed by non-conforming uses or by PUDs.
Are
Well,
you
and to
calling
go,
out TC?
pardon?
Are you calling out tourist commercial?
Yeah. And the other area that I think we need to talk about is that recreational commercial out there where
Tourist.
the hot springs are.
That's the tourist commercial, because that's
There
the
are-
only one in the whole town.
That's the only one in the city and it makes absolutely no sense.
And we may
In
want
addition,
to,
in addition to that, there's also an industrial airport, which I don't understand the purpose for that.
right, I think that's the general industrial airport. So we
Uh-huh.
have limited industrial, airport industrial, general industrial, and then general industrial airport. So general industrial airport's pretty new, so we can revisit that. There's 33 parcels. So we can visit that.
The only reason I could see that is it would be height, but it's in the airport control zone, so it's already controlled by height.
Was this the one that was kind of rezoned so they could do marijuana cultivation? Was that what this particular area was that caused that new zoning for those 33 lots?
No, because we haven't even seen, I don't think we've seen any marijuana in the GIA. The marijuana's gone in the GI in the GI. Yeah, it's gone in the GI.
That was an airport was
It
part
was
of it too.
supposed to have an airport relationship. I'm not certain it's achieving what it set out to
Is-
achieve.
Isn't the hemp place in the airport zone?
I'd have to
I
check
don't think
on
that makes any difference, but
The hemp doesn't matter.
the hemp doesn't matter, so. Okay. But
One of
yes,
the things I want to bring back here is that tourist commercial, because prior to me ever joining this board, I looked up that tourist commercial looking for RV, an area where you could put in RV parks or where you could add another mobile home park to kind of offset some of this things for, more affordable housing. It might be more interim, but it would be more affordable. And I was surprised to see that it was limited to those two areas. And I really don't see anywhere else in the city that you could have those two uses. And so that to me is looking at saying, okay, are we eliminating that as a housing opportunity also? So.
would you like a motion? Would you like a motion?
Like a motion, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, do we
I
have?
beg your pardon.
I'm now through talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you?
But that's okay. So I mean, and I get this for 2023, and I'm not proposing some changes, but we are, I think that I heard that in 2024, we're going to go back and start looking at the entire master plan. Is that correct? I think that at least the city supervisors talked about
The target
it.
completion's 2025, so we're going to have to.
Okay. And I guess I'm just going to throw this out now. I don't think it needs to be included in here, but you heard Commissioner Eswan, and I have the same concerns on floodplains. And we have 2 parts of the city now done with those floodplain studies by Kimley Horn, right? The west and the north. And I heard that effort was going to continue for some time through 2025. I think we finish them all up. Was that right, Stephen? Do you remember? Or was that, oh, that was
It was
Randy.
Randy Rice speaking
Yeah.
to it. I think that's roughly right, but I
Okay.
can't promise you.
And I think at that point, you know, when all those are done and the things that are put in there for mitigation, that be really a component of updating that master plan to take a hard look at those things. Because that's the point in time where we can say, look, we've got some problems over here. Even though it's private property, we got some problems here. And if we just continue to develop and build, we're not going to have any place to infiltrate water, right? And, you know, and I remember when Sparks went through this a number of years ago and that had that big flood out there. And they finally concluded, we need to go back and buy some of this land and do some things out here and get the infiltration back in place. So I don't want to see us get to that point. So I think those floodplain reports need to be a component of when we do update the master plan, because I think that's the time where you can look at the cumulative impacts of all that. I'm not proposing it for 2023 unless you want to start thinking about it, but I think in the long term we do.
Commissioner Perry, I think that the other thing we need to look at is not only the areas that are impacted, but the areas that are no longer impacted.
True.
Because we have a lot of areas that are no longer impacted that are actually on lower density, which could actually be changed to a higher density.
Okay, thanks.
Make the motion. Madam Chairman, I move to recommend to the Board of Supervisors acceptance of the master plan annual report as presented by staff and amended by the board.
And for the benefit of the record, the amendments or the additions by the commission were they'd like us to study the retail commercial zoning on the north portion of the city and look at whether or not there's opportunity to mirror the zoning that we have going out east on William Street and Highway 50 and down south on South Carson. They'd like us to look at the tourist commercial zoning district and determine if that is a necessary zoning district given its limited application, and also revisit the general industrial airport zoning district to determine if this is redundant or if it's serving, you know, if it's helping to implement the master plan.
Okay,
And do we have any public comment?
that's my motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment.
Public comment.
Ah.
I got it.
Oops. Okay, sorry.
Heather Coe for the record. I'm looking at this trend line and it is ridiculous how much building is going on once again. And today, it's the week before Christmas. My neighbors wanted to come. They're out of town though. And I think when you're talking about doing a master plan and what would be involved, that the community should be more involved. And I think this is something that should have been put off until after the new year so that the community could come and respond and have the meetings in the evening, because the public gets upset after this is all said and done because they're not aware of what's going on. And I have a real huge problem with that because we've never seen, like I said, permits and building like this, and it's ridiculous. We have one high school. You can't just predict, how many people are going to come with kids. And all of this stuff needs to slow down, and all of these things need to be considered, including what the public wants. Everyone I know that has put their homes up for sale, it's because they said Carson is getting just like Reno. And they don't want to live in Reno. That's why they chose Carson. And everyone needs to understand that. Just because you have a mayor and a couple people that want to push and expand to capacity, as she has said over and over again, doesn't mean that, I mean, all of them are here to serve the public. And everything starts here. So I think that the community should be more involved, and it should be in the evening. And after the new year, I think this should be revisited so that the public could weigh in on what's going on and understand what is going to happen. So if they choose to put their house up for sale before we have a real big recession, then they have the opportunity to. Thank you.
So again, I think we had a motion, and the additional items that the commission would like the board to consider is the retail commercial on North Carson, tourist commercial zoning, whether or not that's implementing the master plan, the general industrial airport, whether or not it's implementing the master plan. And then I didn't know if you wanted to include a recommendation that's section 2.2.c, which is regarding, I think, the accessory dwellings be moved to a priority 1 item.
That's my motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None.
One more.
Okay. Item 14P ZA 2022-0519, discussion and possible action regarding a recommendation of the Board of Supervisors concerning an application from Will Adler on behalf of the Green Thumb Industries applicant for an ordinance amending the location requirements for medical marijuana dispensaries and marijuana retail stores.
The applicant has requested that this item be continued to your January 25th meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, do we need a motion to continue? I move to continue. Second.
I move to continue item 14P to a date uncertain. Oh, January
Oh,
25th.
January
Okay.
26th. Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. No. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired here. Other question I have for you, Heather, I hope, God dang, is what are we gonna do with that alphabet soup in the middle? That the K,
Well, why don't we stay on the agenda, because we'll talk about upcoming items.
okay. Okay, item number 15, staff reports, non-action items.
Okay, so at your January 25th meeting, I anticipate you may have 2 new members. I believe board's making appointments on January 18th or 19th. I forget when the board meeting is. So I'll try to meet with them in advance and get them up to speed on what you do. You will have the master plan amendments and zoning map amendments for that area you were just looking at. I suspect Heather will reach out to some of you to see kind of what your thought process is so that she could be better ready to kind of help navigate that with you and see how you believe that land should be used. You'll also have a special use permit for an auto body shop. They want to replace their paint booth that's out on Conestoga. There's a new building, it's a storage facility, I believe, on Sage Street, which is the street that's behind Cal Ranch. And we have a cannabis cultivation distribution facility, SUP. That's new ownership. So the facility exists, but the SUP is not transferable, so that will come before you. So it's thank you for today. Today was a big agenda, and unfortunately, it was a little out of our control. So I appreciate you all coming early and staying with it. And next month, finally, hopefully, is a manageable agenda because you've had some really big ones.
Thank you. And now I'm going to open this up for public comment final.
I have
Oh,
a
no.
question. Commissioners,
Oh,
commissioners' reports and comments.
commissioners' reports and comments.
When we go back and look at those 3 lots or whatever they are, and I know Heather's already thought about doing it, but can we get kind of an overall picture of where we think it's all gonna end up, so we can see it all together, and then maybe go back and do it a piece at a time? I think that would be much more helpful for us to look at the big picture first and then back off and do the individual pieces. I know that's not an agenda item, but it would set the context for what I think we're trying to do.
And if we could have something that shows out about a half mile, so then that way we really see what the radius is of that whole area and that just that little microcosm.
That's all. Thank you.
I have two. So we have a couple of commissioners that have served for a long time, well, who are retiring, I understand. And I was just wondering if there was something that, the city did for them, if the city supervisors awarded them a thank you and a plaque or something positive so that people actually want to be on the planning commission. And, a nice thank you. I'm just making a suggestion there because I have seen that done in other departments and so forth. And the other suggestion is if we're going to have a couple of new people, that I would suggest that we have the legal department or somebody come in and do open meeting law and ethics so that everybody has had that. I know in other commissions that I've been on, that was a standard when we got new commissioners so that everybody understood what the rules were according to Nevada revised statutes. Thank you.
It probably wouldn't hurt to do that for everybody.
Yeah, I agree, the whole thing, yeah.
Well, maybe we'll poll you to see if you can start early, and maybe from 6 to 7, we do open meeting law and ethics training, have a sandwich from a local place, and then go on to the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful.
In the meantime, if we can come up with some kind of wonderful award for 2 guys, because it's Commissioner Eswine has been here like forever, and his institutional knowledge has been absolutely invaluable. And Jay Wiggins, I mean, his only problem is he smiles, and so he's good man. So we're seeing them; they're going on. But let's go ahead and put together some award. We can call it a CLOMAR, figure out a new acronym for Paul.
All right, public comment now.
I have a comment.
Okay, all right.
I would just like to say that it's been an honor to serve on this commission for 12 years now. And it's time to get some new blood. Even though I have an institutional memory, it's going fast, so. So thank you all, and good luck.
Do you want to say something else? Nope. Okay, then take your hand off.
You still have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was clapping. It's our standing ovation. Okay.
I'll speak real quick under public comment just about Commissioner Eswine. It's been a pleasure, and I'm not so interested in the institutional memory, his technical knowledge, and that he's challenged a lot of what we do to make things better, and he knows how to challenge it because he's smart. And so I think you've added a lot of value to this commission and to the city as a whole. And 100%, you're going to be so missed. I enjoyed working with you every single day.
Agreed.
Oh, you turned it off.
I had to push something. Thank you. It's been a long day. Thank you all, Vice Chair and commissioners. You've got a hard job. I appreciate that. As a public citizen that's trying to keep up, I've got a hard job too. I don't come here to be confrontation or aggravative. Maybe at times I come off that way. Also, I come off sometimes as not very well studied in the subject. But considering all, I think I'm doing pretty good. But with your help, I'd like to get better. I'm looking to improve. I'd like to thank Mr. Epstein, Commissioner, for his statement relating to manufactured and mobile parks, that they should be considered housing and not relegated to a lesser. They're homes, they're people's places, and they can provide a lot of housing that right now all these masters considerations of building can't. And I would like to get the stigma off of them in a way. I don't think they're given the due that they should. In California, there's a massive reduction of those locations for bigger developmental takeovers, and I'd like to bring that up. No. Actually, no. I'm sorry. I appreciate that. I lost my train of thought is the problem. The deal is that I'd also like to recommend that today I heard a lot about development. And the only time I heard about preservation, unfortunately, was from Ms. Sullivan. And I think we should be in the business of preservation. It's not all about building, and it's about building communities that are substantially set with a balance of both. And I appreciate your efforts to do so. Today was very hard on me. The Lampa situation, I felt was like selling situation where you're selling your credits for an issue by getting another person to share theirs that they didn't use, sort of the carbon type deal. In this case, a developer was allowed to get past something that he didn't quite meet my requirements for the basics by putting it on, hey, I can get this property from somewhere else, someone else, not taking on the responsibility due him, I felt, or them. Thank you very much for your efforts and your time. Bye.
Any further public comment? Good to see you, Jay.
We'll have the record reflect that Chairman Wiggins showed up for the closing public comments.
Thank you. Alrighty.
I'll move we adjourn.
I'm going to second it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So adjourned.